Yo, what's going on YouTube? This is Saki here, and today we are bringing back day 17 of IVL with a brand new background as well. Check it out, Miki. What do you think about the new background I made? Check it out, Miki. What do you think about the new background I made?
New background?
Yes, we have a new background. Man, that is a wonderful pimple on your forehead. May I just say that?
Thanks. It was actually as big as Mars, the other segment I did. So I was trying to cover up. Last time, buddy, we don't have a new background. What are you talking about?
Yes, I do have a new background, and that is because of the fact that... One second, guys. It is because of the fact that I accidentally deleted the old background. So I'm like, shoot! I have 2 minutes to make a background. How do I make a background in 2 minutes? I'm like, wait a minute. Use the thumbnail and blur it. Use the thumbnail and blur it. Genius. Genius idea.
You meant on YouTube. I thought you meant like the background like we have.
Yes, the background that we have also got changed. Yeah, so what ended up happening is yesterday I was cleaning out my files. A lot of suspicious stuff went out. Just kidding. Okay, just normal stuff went out. I don't save that kind of stuff on the computer. And I was like, we have way too much stuff. And I deleted all the stuff I didn't need.
He saves it on the phone.
And I could have sworn I specifically made sure not to delete this one because I was like, oh, this is the one I need. Let's not delete it. But I have two backgrounds. So I guess I deleted one without realizing. And then I was like, oh, IVL background. It's called IVL background. Let's not delete this one. Okay, and then today I load up stream and it says file missing IVL background 2. Like, oh my god. And I look at the stream and it's just a black background. Like, oh god, what did I do? And I already emptied my recycle bin. As soon as I deleted everything, I was like, oh, let's empty my recycle bin too, because I know everything I did here is fine. God, bro, don't empty your recycle bin, guys, until a week later. Then empty it, because by a week you should realize if something is missing or not. Okay, anyway, talking about the gameplay. Today we have an exciting matchup here. We have Dongxuan versus Weibo Gaming. We are gonna see, well, not Dongxuan, but FPX.ZQ versus Weibo Gaming. But this matchup, just Dongxuan, the whole Dongxuan. It's like Sprinter and B4U. Like, who are we really thinking about? Are we thinking about B4U or are we thinking about Sprinter? Let's be honest here.
Sprinter versus China.
Sprinter versus any team from NAU, basically. And anyway, guys, we're going to be going into the matchup here. We have FPX.ZQ versus Weibo Gaming. Weibo Gaming has the one and only Persica, and her other teammates. Yeah, it's kind of like a Dongxuan moment where everyone remembers Dongxuan only. But anyway, Dongxuan is going to be going right in here, chasing the target. And oh my god, the stream is so bad today. Why is production so bad in China?
That is not our fault. I think that is a production over.
This is probably a connection error from China because oh my god, is it so bad? It's not usually this bad. Anyway, Miki, try your best to commentate.
Yeah, Alright, being able to look through the wall of pixels, I do believe Gwoker has used 2 of his abilities now, meaning he's only got 1 left in this pretty difficult matchup against the Queen Bee. Choosing the vault's gonna be, but Dongxuan gonna get the hit. Maybe he did on purpose to get extra presence, who knows, but at the moment, we're gonna see him continue this kite at the graveyard, and all ciphers are 70 and rising. All 3 going at quite a good progress. Weibo not behind on the cipher rush at all. Another peeper here down from Dongxuan. And yeah, we're not going to see the traditional warp that like Jin would run. We're not going to see like Blink or anything. Just the nice old peeper's going to get the job done. 90% on that cipher. Take it away, Psyche.
We're going to be seeing Gwoker here go right back into graveyard. Now, I don't know how far behind I am, Miki, because it keeps glitching out. I don't even know how you're able to commentate. Not really able to say much here because it keeps freezing. Is he already shared on your screen?
Alright, I guess I could take over. Yes, he's been shared on my screen, and there's actually a rescue happening right here. Hui is indeed going for the rescue, and he has just used his ability outside the range. However, back in the range is Hui. Gonna get an excellent right before half rescue physical hit. So looks like there's not going to be a double hit on deck here. Gwoker going to pop the ability and avoid the hit right here. Dongxuan going to put a peeper down, probably just to monitor Hui and to slow down that cipher. So yeah, Gwoker gonna run in towards Persica, which is the archer. So we're gonna see if there's gonna be some pressure put on by Persica here. Good dodge. The arrow comes out. Only the 50. Dongxuan gonna drop. Persica gonna go for the crossbow shot, and he gives him the opportunity to get harassed right here. Persica waiting right by Gwoker, trying to bait out some sort of hit. Dangerously close to the hunter is Persica, but yeah, nothing to do there. The cooldown just too.
All right, we're all good now.
Right there. Psyche, is your stuff working?
Yeah, it's good now. I can
All right,
continue.
perfect.
All right,
All right,
so
take it away, man.
Gwoker now on his second chair. We did have first officer use his tide turner here. Persica making sure to stall a long time there, but not getting a body block on the rescue earlier means that now as a result, Gwoker's just going to immediately go down before he can even use the puppet. Persica going to try her best to keep Gwoker alive now. And she is successful. She is pretty successful. You're going to slow down the hunter quite a bit. The only problem is this area is very bad into Queen Bee because it's very easy to shoot over the wall here. This archer is going to need to keep this puppeteer alive if she's going to want to do anything here. It's kind of hard with the full presence mobility of Queen Bee, and of course the guaranteed hit there with the full presence is going to be absolutely detrimental there. Could it be that they were too aggressive here? I don't think so. It could be worse. They do have one full health person with borrowed time. Persica has borrowed time. Hui Yi has borrowed time as well. This is a pretty end game heavy build. Looks like everyone here is very confident in their ability to kite. I wonder what the puppeteer had. What did the puppeteer have on top of that? Maybe he also had borrowed time. I wasn't paying attention.
I do believe he had borrowed time, but like I said, looks like you said, Weibo confident in making it all ciphers out towards in this type of team comp, and Jelly gonna get the rescue right here without the tide turner. But however, with the cipher prime, not really gonna be too large a factor. Just would have been a lot easier to get out of the basement with the tide turner. So yeah, they're gonna have to go against this Queen Bee here, who's able to chip down, gets the physical hit. There's gonna be the cipher pop.
I don't know about the shot here. Yeah, you can't shoot down. You can't shoot downwards, man. So that was really awkward right there. Gonna miss the shot. Dongxuan, I don't know if he just got stuck there on accident or probably on purpose, if I had to imagine. But it ended up working out either way. And right here's gonna chair.
Unable to line up the shot.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate. It's gonna cause your kite to go down quicker that way. Not gonna be able to run away from the pal she drops. And now this Queen Bee is stopping the gate. And she still has bees on the chair here. Probably going to bait to see the survivor go for the rescue. I don't think she's going to commit to this option. I think it's just a waiting game right now. I think she's trying to play reverse mind games. I mean, how confident is he that they won't rescue here? How risky does he want to play it?
And as you can see, Psyche, you saw Jelly hesitate over there a bit. I'm pretty sure it's because Persica calmed that the bees were indeed right over there. So he was deciding whether or not Dongxuan would actually go back to the chair. But Persica gonna miss another shot. No excuses this time. No stairs. Just gonna be a clean miss. And Persica gonna continue the kite, however, with the flywheel and the pallet stun.
Dang, that's a good stun right there. Yes, at this point it should just guarantee the tie at this point. Jelly should have enough time, especially with a with his what is that? Oh no, not Jelly. He should be able to get it with the jetpack right there. I almost said backpack. I mean, it's kind of like a backpack, and gonna be able to actually secure a tie. By the way, we've been seeing a lot of Chinese teams lately, Mickey, run borrowed no borrow time. We've been seeing even like triple no borrow times, and
that's pretty risky.
Meanwhile, well, it's risky and it's not risky, because if you run triple no borrows, you're really banking on the fact that your tide rescues, being able to run 3 tide turners so that no matter who gets rescued, you'll have 2 tides, relying on the tide turn, just hoping for a tie kite, and giving the tide turner people also a kiting ability is also really nice. And trying to secure a tie that way, right? And that's what we see the most often. At least 1 no borrow time, usually 2, and in some cases, some of these Chinese teams are super aggressive using 3 no borrows because they are that confident in their early game to get a tie, which is going to make the hunter's job a lot harder. imagine if you just chaired your last survivor and they already have the ciphers popped, you really don't need the borrow time. That's kind of the idea they're going for here. But Weibo is not going for that idea, and we see Weibo is in the top 3 right now in terms of the leaderboards, in terms of wins and losses. So this strategy is working out well for them. I think it goes to show that you don't need to run a hell of a lot of no borrows to secure yourselves ties and wins. I think it just really depends on how confident you guys are as a team in and actually surviving to the end game. And right there, Puppeteer was able to survive much longer thanks to the support of the Archer there, and that's the kind of stuff we're talking about, where you are more dependent on we're surviving from each other, from each other's abilities, because of course you're running you're running borrowed time, which is technically not a kiting ability in the early game, so you're going to need some extra help there than someone who is like running Flywheel and Broken Windows, or say Tide Turner and Flywheel. Tide Turner, Broken Windows. In that case, nothing really changes there, because Tide Turner is also not a kiting ability, but the point is that you're confident you don't need that Tide Turner, right? You'll find other ways to survive, you'll find other ways to rebound, and in that case, the rebound was the Archer support. No Tide Turner necessary right there. Because if she's running Tide Turner, it's kind of redundant. Because she's anyway keeping
it
the
wouldn't make
survival.
sense. Yeah, exactly. It wouldn't be able to get maximum of her support because the Tide's doing that for you. So by having the Archer, by having Prisca on the Archer, you're confident, like, I don't need that free 20 seconds of time. My teammate will give me the seconds I need to make that rebound happen.
Exactly. So we saw that right there being used to great effect right there. It worked out very well, I must say. Even against Queen Bee, which is like a very popular round 100. This was not some Mickey Mouse hunter pick right here. This was the most common round 1 hunter pick you see in China right now. So not even like an uncommon hunter. It's totally expected.
Psyche, do you think we're gonna see Queen Bee become just as popular in NAEU tournaments when she's legalized?
It's hard to say, because I don't know how many people actually look at the competitive and be like, oh yeah, this is going to be very good in this mode, so I'm going to use it here in NAU as well. It also depends on like the practice of Queen Bee. Queen Bee is very mechanically heavy. There's a lot of places you need to know where your ball can shoot over, where that stinger can go over. And if you don't know that, you're severely going to be limited by Queen Bee's power capability. But I must say, it doesn't take much brain power to use her full presence, and that's what really makes her strong. But to get there, you need to be good with the early game ability. So
not to mention, you need to be pretty familiar with how fast the projectile travels at and how it travels, because whenever she launches it, she commits to it. The black circle appears next to her. She can't like angle it like Ripper or anything. It's there, and it gets shot out based on where her body is facing at that moment that she lets go with the stinger. And given this factor, it's gonna limit how flexible she is with her aiming capabilities, but it's still quite good. As you can see, it's really quick. The ability is rather expensive, but as long as you have the swarm on the survivors, you're just constantly regenerating that ability. So it's like essentially you're getting Foggy Blades for free and for no like cooldown timer. Just as much energy as you have is as much as she's able to shoot out. You know, the meta being more popular with these long, like lower cooldown characters, it fully makes sense why Queen Bee is like popular now.
Absolutely. Yeah. You said it best right there. Mobility is everything right now, but the fact that you're able to get those no recovery hits, that's a common trend with a lot of hunters. The no recovery ability, sorry. I mean, no recovery hits helps a lot, but it's the fact that it's also has no cooldown is what I meant to say. No cooldown abilities is what we see a lot. Even Goatman, even Queen Bee, while they do have energy caps and energy limits, the reason they're so good is because you can use these abilities back to back. So if it's a good opportunity to use them back to back, you just have that option. You're never like limited by the number of the cooldown. You can always use it as long as the opportunity is good and you have enough of that energy. We are going to be seeing Weibo Gaming's Hunter here. Yeah, here is going to be coming out. Opera Singer and Queen Bee are going to be the two hunters we see on his pick phase.
I do believe his full tag is Ninye, because I have a friend in our server who's pretty in tune with the competitive scene. He always calls this guy Ninye, so I will be agreeing. Shout outs to you, Popeyes. Great guy right there if you're watching. If you're watching, thank you for teaching me about the competitive players and stuff, so I can commentate about it here with everybody, with Psyche, and so I can provide my insight, or your insight in this case. But yeah, Ninye gonna take the lead right here for Weibo's Hunter side. 5 MVPs, racked up a nice amount of MVPs there, Psyche. I don't know if we're in the middle or towards the end of the group stages, which is like all the team. And Psyche, do you know if there's gonna be a full-on like elimination bracket after this, or is it just gonna be?
I don't think so. I think it's just based off of like a round robin. All the teams go off against each other, and it's just a constant leaderboard. So think of it kind of like a rank leaderboard, where it's like, oh, it's whoever's getting the most stars, of course, but there's only a limited number of rounds for each team, which is the difference. So you can't just play infinitely. And it's not like, oh, whoever played the most is getting the highest rank, like in rank. Each team faces the other team one time, I believe. And that's going to be 9 games in total. So is this the last week in this case? Because we already have some teams with like close to 8 matches already. Or some of them even have 9. So who knows? Who knows? This is the 6th week. I believe this is the 6th week if we do the math. So a lot of weeks have passed.
That would be a little over a month, right? That would be a little over a month.
A month and a half, actually. So a lot of gameplay already has been going on. 3 matchups every day for 3 times a week. 3 times in a week and 3 matchups each time. So 9 matches going on a week. That is 9, 18, 27, 36, 45, 54 matches in total.
Wow.
So
a lot of games.
That is a lot of games. So I imagine we're going to be nearing the end soon because we are seeing a lot of wins, a lot of draws. The leaderboard is going to be hard to move at this point because, of course, there's not a lot of games left. But if what you're saying is true, then maybe there is another event after this. Who knows? Maybe there will be a tournament, but I think that's just like a COVID thing.
Or maybe it would be between the top 8, so it wouldn't necessarily be much longer. I don't know. I can see a case for that, but what I do really like about this format is that you're not punished for losing your games immediately. So there's a lot less pressure on the teams, and then they therefore can perform at their best capability, as we've been seeing consistent ties from survivors, really good play from the hunters, really just solid execution all around, right? I fully believe that if NAEU had a circuit kind of like this, that we could get better at a lot faster rate because we would not be worried about dropping out if we lose. All that would be on our mind is, I just want to play well. Because if you play well, you win your bracket, you win your round robin, you just do well. It's a lot of good practice too. It's against the best teams in the league, and I fully believe that NAEU should get something like this. What do you think, Zeki?
I think that'd be really cool. Also, I like that it's not like a elimination kind of game, so you can see every team go against every team and see how the dynamic shifts when one goes against the other and see what comes out on top overall. I think it's really interesting that way, rather than it's oh, for starters, if someone just loses right away, you're never going to see them, is the first problem with the bracket I have. And the other issue is you're just never going to face most of the teams on the other half of the bracket. You'll only face the winner of that bracket for a 1v1 for first place. That is the problem with brackets, is that all those other teams you might face are just never faceable. Kind of why everyone is oh, hopefully B4U doesn't end up on the same bracket as us, because obviously then you'd have to fight Sprinter much earlier on, which is not
you'd
gonna
have to deal with Sprinter.
Yeah, if you're not a professional survivor team, you're gonna go down real quick. Anyway,
exactly.
We are gonna be seeing a Queen Bee here going against honestly a pretty similar team comp here. We do see the Magician.
Almost
we see a Rescuer, a strong Rescuer, I should say. I think we saw this also last game. A Harasser, yeah, there you go. We also see Harasser, and then just a, in general, Kiter. Last game was Airplanist. This game is going to be Magician. Both of these are good throwaway picks, and you really just want to use them round 1 if possible, because you're not really planning on using them much round 2, round 3, because Magician is just so great against Goldman. Queen Bee, these early round 1 hunters where that you can't ban. Magician's going to be great here. So is Airplanist, something like that.
Indeed. And for those in chat looking to improve your game, looking to get those rank points up, sometimes it is as simple as your character. Do not lose on the character select screen. Make sure that your character solves actual problems. In the certain tiers that you're in, especially look how these survivors picked their characters. They solve for Queen Bee. And it makes sense because she's going to be mostly the hunter that they encounter. And of course, they were given that knowledge prior. But just make sure your characters covers a lot of options, covers a lot of popular characters in your tier. And that's just one tip I could give you, honestly. Just very big thing to note. Just make sure your character solves problems.
Absolutely. And meanwhile, we're going to be seeing the second half of round 1 begin. And Nyet is going to go in here. It looks like straight for Graveyard, or he might just try to farm a beast here. Graveyard's a pretty bad area to chase, but he is going to vote this window, so that's a chest. There are a lot of tall walls, a lot of places that Queen Bee has a hard time shooting over. Not to mention that this wall is such a great place to start your kite, because then it's really annoying as a hunter to go around it. Queen Bee going to solve it much better here, though, because she gets a nice speed boost, and he also got stuck on the pallet right there, so he couldn't afford to drop it there.
The ability from Lin right there gonna prevent the physical hit. Just gonna use the ability and the secondary Undaunted, I do believe it's called. Gonna get the broken windows boost right here. Gonna take him over to this back pallet. No basement here, so nothing to worry about there on the side of Lin. But Lin's doing a fantastic fundamental kite at the moment. Just keeping the hunter far, far away from it as possible, because when Queen Bee gets close to you, it's shredding time. So Lin just gonna drop yet another pallet, maybe a little early on the drop. Forcing the ability here is Nie, but gonna hit the window. The ability is about to expire. Can Lin probably gonna pop another one immediately for safety. Gonna buy himself a little more time for this kite, and the ciphers are looking great. We're seeing a similar beginning as we saw with the Weibo survivors, similarly with FPX.ZQ survivors. Ninja gonna pop the warp and end the kite right there.
Man, what a difficult kite. Even with that puppeteer getting stuck on the
graveyard, man.
Yeah, Lin did such a good job there using these tall walls to his advantage here, making sure that the Queen Bee never really has a good time to shoot him. The one time she did, he pops that puppet, and that puppet lets him get back behind those tall wall areas, and it's just such a hassle to get around them as Queen Bee. So he did great there, even despite getting stuck on that pallet. Now we're going to see the first officer rescue here. Can he get away unscathed here? At the bare minimum, a basic hit would be fine. Ooh, he does get one hit.
He does get chipped.
And he does get basic hits.
Gonna activate the tide effect and the basic hit right here. Ninja actually going to get a little more effort here on the, a little more reward here on the first officer. Gonna tag him for a chip, which is quite important, because even if you heal him, he's a chip and a hit away from death. So ZQ unable to avoid the fate that is the triple hit at the moment. But yeah, there's going to be the down right after the 20 seconds. So not too shabby himself. Not going to allow Lin to run really, really far away with a death boost. And going to take him all the way back to graveyard. As you can see, he can put pressure on the first officer, who is currently working on a 30% cipher. So all things look good right here for the Queen Bee. And first officer can't really afford to be greedy here with the position, because he will just die. I would have left a lot sooner if my teammate calmed for me that, hey, Hunter's coming in the chair, you're a chip, you need to leave. That down, quite important right there.
Yeah, really rough there that he ends up getting chaired on top of the cipher. He tried his best to die away. Now it's going to be a matter, can Magician survive here? I don't think he's going to survive here. No, I mean, he could have used the illusion.
It's going to be a hit and a stuff.
I mean, it's never really over for the Hunter. Even in this position, Stars can make a comeback. But my God, if that first officer had just used his pocket watch a little sooner, it would have at least made sure that this guy could have ran away and maybe started like Island a little bit sooner. Now they're going to be working from scratch, and already a chair is being pressured. This is going to be almost impossible to come back as survivors. They're going to need a rebound. If they just try to rescue and just have farms happen, it's not going to be enough time. And with full presence, he's going to easily get on the first officer afterwards too, and then stop that cipher on top of that.
The pacing is really uncomfortable for these survivors right here. Like, look, 14%. Oh, nice leap right there from Sands.
But it's after half.
14%, 20%. It's after half. And again, the pacing just so difficult. The first officer is down, just putting the survivors in so much trouble. And having to make up for it here, ZQ, with all the assisting they can. Your chair was after half. If the Magician sees the chair again, he will be returning to the manor.
And he got hit anyway. Even though he used the illusion, he still got hit.
Ooh, the illusion!
And what a snipe!
My God, he got hit through the ante!
Yeah, the ante went on the side there. Now, is he going to get aggressive? I don't think he should. I think he should just pick up this Magician and just start working his way towards Island. I think he forgot this chair is used, or maybe not.
I think he forgot the chair was used up.
I think, but he also just wants to get away from Intercurrent, to be fair. But it looks like suspiciously like he ran in the direction of the chair.
Yeah, like he ran inside where the chair was. He's like, oh, there's no chair here? Oh, that's unfortunate.
No, there's no chair there. Now, first officer here is just going to be able to do his best here on the Kai, using the pocket watch here to be absolutely safe. But in this narrow area, it's pretty easy to just track down the first officer. Gets the pocket watch out right there, so he doesn't get hit by the pocket watch's effects. Trying to snipe him right here. He could get it. Okay, wow, what a great mind game there. With the pocket watch 2 barely stepping out of range, stepping in and then stepping out, making it seem like he's going to get chased closer, but he did not. And now first officer finally going to go down. Yeah.
Dungeon is right here, but without abilities, the chances of making it are quite low, especially lower if Ninja chooses to switch to the blink to confirm his 3-man kill. And as you saw, He put on pressure on that first officer earlier. He can't afford to slug him and look for the Antiquarian because he used up that self-heal when getting pressured on the Cypher on the second chair of the Puppeteer.
I mean, at bare minimum, this is looking like a pretty safe 3-man here. Potentially fishing for a 4-man, going straight to Graveyard, predicting that the Antiquarian is here. No! He teleported with Tinnitus!
No, the Tinnitus puts him back into the swarm. He just got Tinnitus. Then yeah, gonna use the scout out, and he's not gonna be by the Dancing Geisha area. Sands going in, triggering his Tinnitus once again, but he's going the wrong way. He doesn't know quite yet.
He
Sands
detects her.
Away. Detects her with the swarm.
And now he's gonna end up chasing here. It was so close to him not finding her, but he got Tinnitus literally the moment he pressed the teleport. This is looking like a guaranteed shot right here.
Life is Sands, but what can you really do? Out of abilities is Sands, gets the tram. The dungeon is indeed over at the middle area. So playing for this 1-man and playing for their freaking lives is ZQ. And I absolutely think that this is going to come down to the wire. Yihua is about to bleed out. All Ninja has to do is just roll on over to this survivor and kill them and confirm his 4K. And there it is. Weibo Gaming with the 4K on their hunter. Impressive work.
Great work right there from the hunter side of Weibo Gaming. Is going to result in the round being won for them. One more round win, and they can take this down in 2 rounds potentially. If not, still win it in round 3. And no matter if they get even like 4 killed, 4 escaped in round 2, they could still always get 1 more win in round 3. So this is just such a nice, solid start for Weibo here, so that no matter what happens in round 2, they have a pretty solid start here to rely off of, with a huge point lead. Obviously winning the round is huge, but also this point lead means that if it goes into like a round 3 tie situation over and over, they have a huge point lead. It's going to be almost impossible for FPX.ZQ here to win with just like 3 escapes or 3 kills, because those don't give enough points to compete with a 4-man elimination. It's just such a huge point influence in that kind of situation. So the only real way at this point is to get either multiple 3-man escapes or 3-man kills, which would be technically 3. They would need 3, which is a lot. In a situation where you only have 6 matches, getting 3 of those with an extra escape or extra kill over your enemy is a lot to ask for. But
getting
yeah,
a 7-2 lead. Weibo right here. Excellent work once again from the hunter. Like Psyche said, putting him into quite a good lead while it's currently determined by points towards the end. But I do believe it's rounds based, so not out of it is ZQ here. ZQ could hope to get that next round win, and then putting this at 1-1, it would be a lot closer and could determine a absolute game 3 here. But not in a comfortable spot at all. It is going to be ZQ here, 7-2, once again being seen on the screen right now.
Absolutely here. So it's now going to be a matter of, can Weibo keep this lead up consistently? Even if they just tie here, no matter what, even if they just tie over and over and over and just tie until round 3 happens, they would still win by a considerable point margin. And even if they drop 1 game and someone 3 escapes or someone 3 kills them 1 time, it's not the end of the world, because at the end of the day, if they can just win round 3 or just match the points to make it even, it won't be detrimental for them because of that 5-point lead that they now just got.
Here comes some of the highlights here. As we can see, Dong Shun just putting on a show quite here, as he is known for. Quite a good hunter. Put Weibo quite the scary situation here, but I do believe it was this beautiful rebound from Persica here. As you can see, the flywheel coming off, that nice reaction time, that nice stun, just buying her team a guaranteed tie right here. Ninja putting in the work right here, getting that chip. I told you guys that chip is so important. Didn't have to chase him down after that chip hit. Just put him on the ground so quickly. And man, did that put Ninja in such a good position right here.
Absolutely.
To secure his 4K first team.
Right here, we're going to see him finally kill the Antiquarian, getting that 4-man kill right there. So, Mickey, what would you say is like the highlight of those matches? What was the absolute like, oh wow, this is like game-changing moment that you can think of? Anything that comes to mind? What in your opinion do you find like, wow, that was a that was a huge game-changing moment right there for you?
It was the how Ninja built off of the triple hit on the first officer, and he downed him right away. That changed the entire pace of the game.
Oh,
It forced him off a 20 and above cipher, and it was a kill. It was a double kill, and the rescuer wasn't even there to get a rescue. Like, theoretically, yes, if it traded off for a rescue and you didn't get a hit on the magician, that would have been okay. But not only did the magician not get there on time, he got stuffed. So not only did he already have a really good position with that first officer getting down, but he just built upon it even further by punishing the magician for not getting that rescue.
Absolutely.
It was definitely that.
I completely agree. I think that was a really game-changing move. The fact that he got the chip hit while the first officer was invisible means that now a basic hit will put him in full presence depth range. And because Puppeteer ran like towards the window instead of a straight line towards corner house, it's kind of silly, but because he, I mean, I think it's a little bit more distance, but I think if he just ran straight through middle rather than taking such a big curve, and by the way, we're going to see ZQ here pick Lakeside. I think instead of him taking such a huge curve, going to like the edge of the map, because then the Hunter was anyway able to bring him to Graveyard, because he didn't take a straight line away from Graveyard. He kind of went on the at an angle towards the edge of the map, and then started going in a straight line, which just means the Hunter will just take you back, and that angle that you took, they just cover it back in a straight line back to Graveyard. So it probably would have been best if he ran through middle, I would say, but then there's potential risk of the other cipher near Geisha House getting chaired is the issue. So not really great options regardless there, unfortunately, for the survivors there. But yeah, the fact that first officer just goes down in one full presence, it's a checkmate position.
Earlier, man. Like, he stayed at Graveyard for just way too long for my liking. With a character that can just get a hit off of her full presence traveling, it's just way too risky to be even remotely close
like,
to
at
her
least if you're going to do that, make the Hunter pick and choose. Like, choose going after the first officer and killing him, or choosing to camp. But because Magician wasn't there, it was very easy to just choose the first officer.
He got to do both.
And he got to do both. Yeah, so they didn't make him choose is the problem. He got to do both. Right, he has to choose one or the other in the moment, not letting them take advantage of both at the same time. Anyway.
Yeah, indeed. And Psyche, there is a reminder from Oka in chat to change the description to make sure that accurately reflects our matchups today. We have Weibo ZQ for right now. We have Dow 5 and GR coming up next. And our final matchup of the night would be Wolves versus TE.
You went a little bit fast. I need to edit it.
Okay. Which one do you need?
Everything.
Okay, right now we have Weibo ZQ.
Okay, next one.
Dow 5 GR.
All right, next one.
Wolves TE.
All right, so in the description, I now updated the matchups that we're going to see. We're going to cover the first and second matchup on the channel here, and the third matchup you guys will have to watch on your own, because at that point it's just way too late for me and Miki. So we're just gonna commentate the first two matchups, and you guys can watch the third matchup with the link I left in the description below. In the meantime, though, we are going to be hopping into round 2 here. Lakeside is always an interesting pick for me because it wasn't really a popular pick back then. Now we're seeing it a lot more, and I don't really have an explanation of why we see more Lakeside nowadays than before. Has it been that much more amazing than the last 2 years? Not really. Lakeside hasn't really received any crazy balance changes.
Yeah, no life-changing changes. Psyche, I do believe it's just because survivors and teams all alike just have learned how to use the large map to their advantage to make these more crucial choices. You know, like you said, last match, if the survivors made the Hunter make a choice right there, totally different scenario. They would choose to go after the first officer, leaving that rescue free, right? Well, you're able to get a lot more of these situations with a lot more distance. So, given that Lakeside is a larger map, it benefits those who are expertly good at communicating rotations, positioning ciphers against the Hunter, and again, the gates are separated really far, so the Hunter has to commit to either teleport, probably has to commit to teleport if he wants to hope to cover a gate, and that's what the survivors are hoping, because on the smaller maps he can just warp, right? And that's non-committal. Warp is a non-committal trait, because if there's no survivors there, just go right back. But on the maps like Lakeside, you have to commit to teleport. Warp's taking you nowhere. If you're Garden Gate, why do I keep calling it that? It's just Cornfield, man. If you're Cornfield Gate, and you warp, you're probably not even gonna be like all the way middle. Better yet, Ship Gate. So I do believe that's why that they're doing this, especially because the hunters are a lot more travel heavy now too. Like Goatman can't just cage over there really easily either. Opera can't dash.
Yeah, the fact that the big maps also kind of like really work to your advantage, because then it really means the hunters can't just go for both gates. They have to pick and choose. Like hunters have always had to choose which gate they want to go for, because if you go for one, it's almost impossible to go for the other one at that point without an extra teleport.
And the game's designed that way.
But now hunters like Goman, Opera, they travel it so fast across the map. That is a really good point. So that now the small maps don't really work out so well against a hunter like that, because they really are able to stop one gate. By the time you try to start the next one, the hunter's already coming there as well. So that's actually a really good point. I've never really thought about that. Yeah, and then on the lake side, it's
hey, I taught the pro player something.
Yeah, and then on like something, even trump card, right, gets nerfed by it, because it means that you can't just choose warp or teleport. You kind of have to go teleport at that point, which means there's no
you have to commit to teleport.
Yeah,
I do believe that's why they do it. And Psyche, what do you think about the lakeside changes? I've been playing rank again because it is a new season. I love it. The ramp, I love that ramp in the back.
I actually haven't gotten to kite there a single time.
What? Really?
Yeah, I haven't.
I was gonna say
in the middle of a kite.
Random palette in the shore, like it's not.
No, I haven't been able to kite there yet a single time. Even I haven't been chased there yet.
It changes your spawn, how you play a spawn entirely, and I love things like that. Like now, there's an option to run in towards the ship and go around the ramp to get into the ship to kite. So hunters have to consider that as an option now. So I do believe that is a great change for the game. And I also saw Moonlit's changes. I really do like the palettes they added by the
Oh yeah, I've used that palette a lot of times already.
It's good, right? It's a good palette.
Yeah, I've done almost a 5/7 kite with Prisoner there one time. Really nice there. Just use it. The tall wall, of course, is really nice. I really love that the palette they added, and the fact they replaced the window. They didn't just replace the window. They added another palette on the side, so that if hunter goes around from the left side, you have something to really work with still. So it's not like problematic as they used to be. Unfortunately, though, it means that the T-Walls guide is a little bit outdated now for that area, because that was my main area I used to showcase.
No,
but you can still use it very well with the window.
Guide. That guide is good. I actually watched that guide, and I did.
You actually watched it, fake fan. He actually watched it, so that must mean he doesn't watch my videos regularly. He said he actually. What do you mean actually?
No, I'm trying to tell you that, like, you know, it helped me. You know, like it helped me, and I play in the upper level as well. So like, it helps all levels around. And speaking of upper level, we got Opera Singer, common upper level pick right here on the Lakeside Village, especially. Matador on the big boat, gonna be the safest spawn for Matador. You know, I would think to put Psychologist there or something, but who knows what ZQ here has in store. Or is it Weibo surviving first?
This is going to be ZQ surviving first here. So ZQ is going to be surviving first. They did just get 4-manned by Weibo. So they're looking to not have that happen again, obviously, ever.
With preferably ever. Pretty strong survivor team right here, honestly. Seer always banned usually, but I suppose maybe Ninja was more afraid of the doctor, gets more value on a bigger map too. You lose her, and then she heals up right away. And you have longer to get to her before she heals up right away. So yeah, then you have that. You have Weeping Clown picks. I do really like this character, and on a map like this, he does get a lot of value from traveling pretty quickly. I do think Gravekeeper is better, but probably was banned by Ninja, if I were to assume, because there's no reason to pick Weeping Clown if you have Gravekeeper. And then, of course, Psychologist, remote heals on a big map, more value, longer time for the hunter to reach your survivor. So yeah, I like this team comp a lot.
Yeah. I don't like the Weeping Clown a lot, but it's cool seeing it. It is cool seeing it, even though I don't really like it that much. And nowadays, he really is just not that great. I think he's just too slow at his job nowadays. Too slow at like rescuing against balloons. Honestly, I mean, it is nice that you can be at more of a distance. That's the one thing he does great. But you still have to be within a certain range before it to actually land in time. Anyway, we're going to be going into a round 2. First half, Niet is going to be going right into Big Bo here. And Lin is going to successfully predict that he goes below and not towards the ramp from the top. from the outside, I should say. So now it's off to a pretty decent
his
start.
route.
Using this open area here, by the way, to make sure that Nye has nothing to dash on here. Really smart thinking. But now Lin is a very awkward spot here. He used his ability. He used his ability. It's on cooldown. I can't tell you how often that happens to me. That I use my ability, it doesn't come out, but it goes on cooldown anyway. So
he got hit during the ability. That's what happened. Very unfortunate right here. Ninja trying to read a Muleta once again, but Lin gonna take the owl assistance, gonna wait at this pallet, gonna drop last second. Perfect use right there. And the shed gonna be kind of easy to down here, but Sans actually gonna get pressured here.
I think he thinks he can get a pretty fast knockdown here. He's confident that he can knock her down quickly, is what I'm thinking here. He does have blink. He really didn't want to deal with the Matador's Muleta ability, I'm guessing. Even though he didn't have broken windows.
No.
I'm talking about the secondary ability. He really didn't want to deal with that. That would have slowed down the blink, definitely. Okay. I mean, it's true. It definitely would have slowed him down there, but is it worth swapping to a essentially more than full health psychologist here? He had a good start at the beginning, but this lakeside window area is so difficult to chase in, especially for Opera Singer, who is right now the slowest vaulting hunter in the game. Doesn't really work out to be that well. I mean, finally gonna get the second hit here, but that's the thing, you need more than 2 hits here against Psychologist. Now he can finally blink her down, but now's a little too late. The decode is insanely good for the stars. Wait, can he save the blink? No. Oh no, he's not gonna save the blink. He is not gonna save it.
Slowing his game down is his choice right there to switch survivors, because look,
I don't think that was
all of them being decoded.
Yeah, I don't think that was honestly that great of a decision right there. I mean, he is gonna walk away with an extra survivor damage from this interaction, but he's gonna also walk away with all 5 ciphers started by the survivors, and almost all of them, in fact, all of them are basically half or more, which is a very scary position as Hunter.
Insane.
It's only gonna take about 35 seconds to finish just 1 cipher at a time. Great rocket.
Nice shot from the Weeping Clown right here. You are going to get a little bit of the speed boost as well that you get from the residual rocket. Sand's going to continue the kite. And with the tide turner psyche, this is especially scary. Now you have to deal with the tide as well. Like, not only did you take your time to swap the targets, but either way, you didn't swap to like a rescuer so they wouldn't be tied or anything. You still have to deal with the regular parts of the game. And that is only going to put you in a more dangerous position, especially where Sans is dying.
And hold up, the Psychologist even has borrowed time here. So this is going to be great here for the survivors. Does finally see the location of dungeon. The Hunter's going to see it, but so is the survivor. So now they even have dungeon location for endgame potential. And boom, just like that.
No,
pop.
Cypher right here got finished.
Yeah, there's not going to be a whole lot left to do at this point. Weeping Clown going to use his rocket to try to escape. Wait, interesting decision going towards his direction anyway. Are they not going to rescue this? Someone at half health is going in for the rescue.
The Matador's going for it.
Oh, yeah, he's confident no one's rescuing. He's confident no one is rescuing. Or is he going to teleport back? Is he going to teleport back? No, but his teleport came off of cooldown right as the rescue already happened. So not even an option here. He stopped an 80% cipher, but it's not great. Oh, but can they pop the cipher in time? Psychologist needs to survive. That's doable.
With the flip back,
but he's kind of cornered is the problem. He's kind of cornered and no one's at the gate. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. It just canceled the dash too. Oh my god. He looked at it. That's a crazy Matador ability. Forces her to walk all the way around just to break a useless pallet.
Up to the Matador now, Psyche, with the abilities.
Oh my god. And getting impatient there. Getting very impatient there, using the ability basically right as the Matador uses his ability, so goes on cooldown here. And now it's going to slow down his chase tremendously. Wait, but is this Frunkate the one at 90%? Yep, it is. That's the Weeping Clown that just finished in. The Weeping Clown is shown on the left right here. He just finished in. That is going to be, holy, a 3-man escape right here from FPX.ZQ. This is the first win of 3 that they need to catch up here in order to get ahead of Weibo. 2 will not even be enough to tie. 2 will still be behind, but 3 escapes or 3 kills will be enough to get ahead of Weibo and make up for that 5-man elimination. The 5th man is the Ghost. 4-man elimination
We
tournament.
saw some crazy decisions there, some crazy non-stable gameplay. Usually with Opera Psyche, you see a very routine, like, oh, down survivor quickly, share survivor, burn through the tide, kill survivor, and you still have plenty of time. Like, there's like 2 ciphers left, maybe one of them's undone or something, and you have like all that time to act on your tie, right? That is not what we saw here.
Yeah.
We saw a early hit on the Matador, a decision to change to the Psychologist, which is 3 hits. I don't care how good you think you are. I don't care who you're feeling like that night. That is 3 hits. That's like having the deal with the Seer again. Seer already uses Owl, and you basically had to deal with him again.
I totally agree that 3 hits can be a lot, but for Opera Singer specifically, she can definitely do 3 hits very quickly. What really slowed her game right there was not the 3 hits, because we have seen Opera Singers deal with 3 hits quickly. It was the fact that she took the first hit towards this window area that's Opera Singer just has such a hard time dealing
really
with.
Good against Opera.
I mean, I understand the idea there. She's at Cornfield. She's in the open. It seems like an easy knockdown, but that's assuming she stays there. And she did a good job moving to the small boat immediately, probably even using her ability to get there and guarantee that the Opera Singer doesn't have an easy way of killing her immediately. And yeah, it was just the fact that she used that well. I mean, there wasn't really anything wrong with chasing the Matador there, I don't think. But he got the first hit 10 seconds before
Worried
Blink
about
was
the
up.
Countera, I guess. Yeah, true.
He got that first
Big
hit off
hit.
pretty decently quickly. Got it off in like 10 seconds before Blink. So he could definitely get the ability out. Yes, it would slow him down a little bit, but there's no broken windows boost anymore, so it wouldn't put him that far ahead there. I mean, yes, it is very annoying to vault the window 2 times, because that's essentially what would happen, but that's what the Blink would be for in that situation. It would definitely help a lot. Then get his ability out, and probably you can corner him with the Shadow Realms, the Shadow clones that you leave after dashing around a pal. That could have
Shadow
been
Realm.
Shadow Realm. You're going to the Shadow Realm, Jimbo.
Substitute to the Shadow Realm. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, Opera doesn't really struggle with 3 hits. Nice insight from you. But I do think just the area that they picked in, and that's just really good decision making from the survivor right there, the Psychologist, because you need to know when to count your losses, take the hit, and go to a much better area. Notice how she didn't try to kite in that crappy area with that pallet or anything like that. She just took her hit and was like, I'm going to the good area against you, and man, did it pay off right there, big time. Getting the kite longer than needed. And yeah, this is something that is a pretty unseen tip. A lot of times survivors, even like really good ones, will think that you always have to kite, right? But remember, HP is a resource. If you think that you can't kite in the current area you're in, taking a hit and going to a much better area nearby, such a better decision. Absolutely a better decision. If your hit means you're getting more pallets and windows between you and that hunter, it's more than worth it to take that hit and count your losses. Because how long are you really going to kite in that bad area anyway?
Yeah, not that long. So she understood that. She just accepted it. Didn't try to play risky with that garbage pallet at Shack. Instead, just was like, okay, let's get out of here. Let's run away from here, because trying to play a pallet stun at this pallet is very unlikely to work. So she's like, okay, well, let's just take the hit and just go straight to small boat, because I still can't get blinked. So being able to use that information, being able to use that critical thinking to think ahead of the moment and be like, well, it's not like I died a blink, so we can definitely sack a hit here and go over to small boat. Definitely worked out very well in favor of FPX.ZQ's survivor team right there. Good work there, definitely strong. Just like thinking there in the moments, despite getting chased suddenly, did not falter there in the slightest. Mickey, what are you holding?
You're not supposed to say anything. You know what this is, because I noticed what you're doing.
No, I'm not watching the YouTube video. I'm not watching the YouTube video. I've just memorized it by now. It was kind of blending in with the green screen, but I know what that is. That's the time video.
No, you know. I was trying to give it to you. I was like, oh, it's like
you were trying to help me out, man. I actually don't like that video. Because that video is not for me, clearly, because clearly I am not good at that kind of tie because every
But
single
I thought that
time
was
it
the
ends
video
up being
you
very
used.
thin at the top.
Really?
Yeah, it doesn't come out like really like nice and thick at the top. It just comes out super thin and like yes, it's a tie and it's workable.
Yeah, a
but
tie is a tie at the end of the day, right? Like,
well, yes, but the way it looks is very weird, and I just don't like it. So
that's fair, bro. I'm gonna keep it a buck, bro. I kept my tie tied, and I just kind of loosened it so I could pull it over my head, so that every time you're like, hey, it's time to go, it's kind of pre-tied basically. It's effectively a clip-on, but not really. But there you go.
honestly, I have a clip-on tie. I almost wonder if I should just use that instead. Bro.
Clip-on, there's nothing wrong with the clip-on, bro. Clip-ons work out. But yeah, needing to take a clip out of this lead is still ZQ right here. And they're going to need a little bit more than what their survivors gave. And let's see Dong Shun try to deliver on it. And he's more than capable of doing it. We're going to see the Doctor and the Seer get banned. Doctor banned on Lakeside, honestly, a must. Because, man, that character is not okay, even with her adjustments. And we're going to see Weibo go with an Aquarian and the Meteorologist right here, just preparing for their round 2 menace. That is the Opera Singer. Goatman going to be banned here, so not going to be an option to consider. Could be covering for Shadow as well. With the Meteor Mercenary, gonna see the light of day right here instead of the Weeping Clown like we saw from ZQ. So we're gonna see Mercenary be the next rescuer pick right there. And let's see what the final pick of character is. Psyche is completely gone in the camera, and we're gonna see. It looks like we're waiting just a bit longer here to pick the final survivor. These picks and decisions are quite important, as we know. And Patient gonna be the one gonna be picked. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be Hui on that Patient. And yeah, because Hui is the one who plays rescue for him. I often see him play Patient on stream. Yeah. And like I said, Jelly is gonna be on the Patient. Maybe he's got a better Patient. Who knows? Burska on the Meteor, as expected. We have seen her do some crazy things, like we saw her flywheel blink against the Shadow and Koa on the Meteorologist. But that doesn't really require you to be on Meteorologist to do that. It's just a really good flywheel. But we did see that happen, and that did get them a
dismantling
win.
his own argument in real time.
Okay. Because I knew you were gonna point it out. Hey, if I didn't point it out, you were gonna be like, Mir doesn't take. It's gonna be like, psychic impression happening here. He doesn't take anything to use flywheel. You don't have to be on another character to use flywheel. What kind of commentary
I was gonna let it go.
man?
I promise I was gonna let it go. Like I wasn't gonna mention it in the middle. You're like,
sure about that?
you're trying to make a point. Persica is good, is your point.
Yeah. Persica's fantastic. But Q is gonna be a fantastic pick right here from Dong Shun. I think it was him last time we saw Psyche that went with the Qist, and he got like a really good game, like a 4K to win a set or something like that. Was it Dong Shun? It was on Qist, but I don't know what team it was. But we did see it happen on Lakeside. He did get a 4-man because of an early down. And yeah, Qist, a really good hunter because he can ride momentum really easily, more effectively than some of the big top hunters right now. Because if you get a low time kite against Qist, and he's able to control ciphers, it's pretty much GG. It's absolutely GG if you get a 3 cipher situation, which can happen here, but it's quite rare. And the survivors are going to be spawning in a way and decoding in a way where it's not going to happen. So it's always going to be a really good pick right here overall.
Whatever you do here, you do not want to give an early hit to Qs because it just means he gets that full presence ball so much faster. Only takes around 53 seconds then. As long as he gets the hit before the first 53 seconds of the match pass, he will get it up in 53 seconds because that's how long instants will take to make your ability come back, as long as you got one hit before that. And right here in this team comp, that shouldn't really happen. We shouldn't see a hit here in the first 53 seconds of the match, the first minute essentially. All of these are very good survivors here to deal with Qs. The one downside that I can see things going wrong is maybe they use their ability and then the long cooldown of, like, let's say Meteorologist prevents her from actually surviving the next time he goes in the line and comes out because of the fact that she's running flywheel. So she can't really rely on flywheel within the first 50 seconds of the match because, of course, it's on cooldown. So hopefully this Q is plays slow. I think Dongxuan's idea here is to gonna try to play quickly here, because if he doesn't play quickly, those flywheels will come up, and he's at that point it's gonna be very difficult to get a hit right there at that point. Wow, gonna walk away from the survivor right here. Dongxuan is losing sight of where this patient
doesn't know
went.
where Jelly is at the moment. Jelly doing a really good job staying hidden, keeping his tracks hidden. Remember, guys, you can't chase a survivor that you cannot see, so it just buys time really well. And Jelly's going to buy about 20 seconds with the hiding right here, but now just going to wait for Dongxuan's choice right here. And Dongxuan's going to choose the middle. Actually, a really smart option here because it covers the vault. It covers the window vault.
That was not
it may still net him a hit.
Whoa, no way, he swung too early. He swung too early because he didn't. Or maybe he's running Weber's Law. Maybe Weber's Law saved him. But honestly, that he just swung there a little bit too early. That's gonna be a huge miss.
Yeah, the hook was not very good. That was gonna get him a hit. That was gonna be a hit for sure if he didn't swing too early.
Oh no, he thinks the survivor's here. They're not here. They left already. It's gonna cost him an extra ball for no reason because he dropped it on the cypher. Maybe he's pre-placing it to put a suck ball there.
And it's the Antiquarian, not really an easy target for QS to deal with here. Oh, try to read the blink was PVZ, but Dongxuan gonna wait out the flywheel and gonna get the blink first hit right there. And with the insolence coming in, we can only see a Q ball in this Antiquarian's future.
Yeah, now he's going to use that 1,000 presence here to try to get a hit here, a guaranteed hit. Now, it is going to stall out 10 seconds here. Wow, he committed very early with that suck ball, interestingly enough.
Yeah, the Q ball was committed to quite early. Still unable to swing is the QS, but a nice leap. Antiquarian gonna dodge the Q ball.
Yeah, used the suck ball too early. Almost rebounded it. I mean, maybe it'll... Oh. No, he still didn't sucker.
No, it didn't hit him.
No, it didn't hit him. And now these windows are so annoying. The lifeblood of countering QS is windows. He is one of the slowest vaulters in this game. Even with the faster vault speed from the line, it's just not enough to deal with going around it.
It looks like Dongxuan's feeling the pressure here. Gonna miss another swing. A swing receives, but nobody home to receive it. PPC gonna fall into the arms of the QS, and it's going to go down right there without another Q ball. Best case scenario, Psyche, even though she had no abilities, get another Q ball out, and that kite would have been like pristine.
Yeah, I mean, using the suck ball there is gonna leave them with nothing but no option but to just kite to the edge of the big boat and try to make the chair longer. And right here, that's all they really need because now they're gonna have a tremendously good start to this match. 3 men from FPX.ZQ. Not so fast. Weibo Gaming is about to get a 3-man of their own, it looks like right here. Very good work so far. Early game start has been great. And Hui right here even taking an extra hit here. And just gonna force the mercenary to leave now. I mean, is he gonna go after him? No, he's not gonna go after the mercenary. No. He does see where the Antiquarian is. Gonna run up around. Gonna drop down, but she doesn't have any more stick.
Still here.
He's still here. He's gonna take another hit. Completely relying on his teammates to take control of the Cypher machine. I'm not really a fan of this situation. I don't even think that hit was really necessary. Either way.
I don't either.
Oh yeah, now he has room for the suck ball to use it on the Cypher now and doesn't even have to use it on the chase because PPC is not even going to force it out.
It's one story if the hit was after like a Q ball, right? But it wasn't. It was just a hit. Like,
yeah, kind of mediocre body blocking there because it didn't really force out a suck ball there. Like, Antiquarian is gonna force out a suck ball there no matter what, and then that's gonna open up the decoding. But then taking free hits on the mercenary means that that's one less person decoding, so it essentially is another way of stopping Cypher Rush. Whoa, and now he's gonna pre-place this.
Survivors are here.
Really smart, by the way, from Dongxuan right here. He's gonna pre-place the area so that he can close it off with a click of a button after the first one runs out, and that way he can kind of control when it blocks off and when it starts regressing. Now he's gonna blink right here and almost worked out the flywheel and
PPC.
That's a shame there. Really close there, almost hit the body block, but yeah, as a result of not getting on that middle Cypher and Hui right here trying to body block too long, in my opinion. I think the first one was great. I think after that was unnecessary, and now it leads to the Cypher not getting done when this Cypher could have been done right now.
What looks like a win scenario now looking like a safe tie for Dongxuan. Man, I'm not gonna lie, Psyche, that body block might have done them in right there. That was the one way that you lose the lead that you had, in my opinion, with that body block. It just didn't seem like it was worth it. Now you have the survivors unable to finish the cipher on time of the antiquarian to die right there. And man, it's just the situation looking entirely different. Dongxuan able to keep his head in the game, able to stay poised and ready to see if he can close up that tie despite having such a rough early game, getting absolutely kited by the antiquarian, and now having to face Persica, Weibo's finest right here, is going to be this key list.
Suckball definitely going to stall out the decode here on the middle cipher as well. Dongxuan, by the way, doing a really nice line on Big Boat. This Big Boat on this cipher is very hard to do. I know he made it look really easy, but it is actually very difficult to land. I do believe it's inside the cipher. But yeah, you'll notice that it's hard to land it.
It's not white though, right?
Oh, he missed. He didn't touch it.
Yeah, he missed. It's not white.
Okay, so yeah, even he didn't hit it right there. It's very hard because it's already on the edge of the map. You just don't have space to put a ball behind it. Right here, we're going to see him pressure middle, but he's got all the pressure with none of the chase. He's not able to really get damage. Okay, never mind. He's able to get damage right there.
The desperate hit gets received by the patient. Reading the patient's pallet drop right there is going to be Dongxuan. And man, the survivors are going to have to be careful here because those inertia stacks are going to be thriving from those hits. Those hurt survivors are a field day for Cubis. Look at that 10-second psyche of that speed, making Cubis much more dangerous. Because speed would have been gone by now. It would have been gone by now, but it is still going. It is still going. But Jelly did really good work of those vaults, but because of that inertia psyche and lasting 10 seconds due to the injuries, he's able to catch up and kill the patient.
Yeah, those stacks really stacking up right there, giving him the extra 5 seconds he needs. He gets 2.5 seconds from each survivor being injured in this current state of the game right now in the tournament server. Right here, really smart, by the way, not cheering on the first chair he sees. He's going to chair in the corner here. This is going to give him the best chance to stuff the rescuer, and Weibo being like, I don't think I'm making that. Just going to pop early, force the hunter to make a choice now. Do they camp or do they go for the gate? In this choice, Dongxuan is going to choose to go for the gate. The question is, does Mercenary wait here? Does he rescue immediately? How long does he wait to see if Dongxuan actually comes back?
The elbow pads in the bottom left, as you can see, elbow pads to put the pressure on Dongxuan immediately, so Persica's pressure is alleviated. I really like this.
Yeah, that is the great use of the elbow pad, because now it means that he wasn't able to do anything on Persica, and now he's just wasting essentially the last 3 seconds just moving across the map, getting nothing done. Finally going to chase the patient.
Mikey, that big map, remember, that big map, it came into play.
Definitely, yeah, in this situation, even something as mobile as Curious is having a... Oh my god, that's not a great blink right here from Dongxuan. It's going to cost him the hit. He should still get it with a suck ball, and he does get it with a suck ball. This is going to be a guaranteed hit.
Gonna be down right there.
And just like that, Dongxuan is going to get a tie in a situation that looked honestly more like a loss.
That's a round win for ZQ. That's 1-1.
And yeah, that's going to be, yep, there we go. That is going to be round 1 for ZQ. Now, that doesn't mean that they're out of the woods from Weibo yet, because if Weibo ties round 2 and then their hunter gets a tie, sorry, if Weibo's hunter ties round 3, and then, of course, the survivors also tie round 3, then that's going to be, at that point, deciding off of points. So if we see 2 more ties this matchup, it's going to be coming down to points, and Weibo is going to be up 3 points right now. So that's what it's going to come down to. It's going to have to be either winning another round from ZQ, or just getting a 4 kill here would be great, would actually tie up the points and even put them in the lead. So then not only would they win off of rounds at that point, they would win off points, give them a much better guaranteed chance of a win here, as long as they get this 4-man here. But right now, it's still sketchy. It's still sketchy. They still need better than wins right here. They're gonna need multiple wins, and or at the very least, just winning round 3 one time and then tying another round. But again, not easy to do. Definitely not that easy to do.
No, absolutely. And man, if they got a win instead on that round, which they were looking to at that moment, looking to get that 3-man, they would have been a lot more rough for ZQ. But I do believe that both sides did play well. I just don't agree with the decision to go in with the body block so heavily. Yes, I understand you have a meteor that can get the merc up really quickly, so the heal time is not taxed, but it just put you in such an awkward scenario. You didn't force out cue ball with that. Like if Merc jumped into the cue ball, like a get down Mr. President moment, that would have been fine, in my opinion, because you got out an ability and Aquarian continues to kite. But it didn't prolong Antiquarian's kite by any means, and it didn't really get them the result that they were hoping for, I believe. All it did was set them back from their win, and it made it look like a tie. Although the down on the second time was rather quick, so I'm not sure if they would have won regardless, but I could have seen a higher chance of that happening had they not thrown the Merc into the fire like that. Yeah, like if Merc was like dropping pallets or covering options or whatever. Like Merc can assist a lot. He can use that dying of death time to his advantage right there. And we didn't see that happen here in any means. Merc just kind of acted like a basic other survivor. Like there's things that you can do with this character because of the properties that your character has. As you can see, we're coming in with the highlights here. Ninja doing an excellent job on these kills, but however, the decision just
what do you mean? It took too long to kill them.
No, I'm gonna say it hits, but like yeah, but either way, seeing Dongshuan, the highlight right here, using the control game so well right here, and yeah, it's gonna be the Merc double down. Get hits right past Persica. I mean, he was the one who started the tech of like hitting at an angle to go around body blocks. It was this dude. It was Dongshuan though. So yeah, Psyche, what map do you think we're gonna see on round 3? You think we're gonna see Darkwoods? You think we're gonna see Chinatown? What do you think we're gonna see?
I think we might just see. My guess is probably going to be Moonlit here. If Moonlit is not banned, I think Moonlit is going to be seen here. Moonlit is a very popular pick nowadays, especially because Hula Blue is still a choice here. Hula Blue is still on the table, so that is a good Hula Blue map. I think we might also see a Leo's Memory. It really depends who chooses the map. If ZQ gets to choose the map, I'm sure they would love to go.
Hospital's banned, by the way.
Yeah, so ZQ did not get to choose it. Wave was actually going to go
and we're getting Arms Factory.
I was going to say that if ZQ gets to choose here, they would love to go Leo's Memory because Dongshuan still has the Opera Singer up. So Opera Singer would be very good on a map like Leo's Memory. On the other hand, Weibo has already used Opera Singer, so it would be a very powerful play right there, being like, hey, we can force the survivors to ban Opera Singer, and we have a lot of options on the table. Also, he used QS, which is not as strong of a hunter as something like Shadow, Opera, Hula Blue would be. They have a lot more power potential than something like QS. QS is a lot more game sense oriented and making sure that you don't slip up hits that you should be getting with your suck ball. It's kind of like a Blood Queen mirrors where if you miss a Blood Queen mirror, you're really screwing up. Kind of the same thing with suck ball. Making sure that you're using it in the right time, in the right position, either to stop decode or to get a guarantee hit and making sure that you're getting them. And I mean, we did see Dongshuan miss one, and you saw how much it dramatically changed his game. The fact that he missed the suck ball on that, who was it? On his first target, but the one in front of Big Boat. That was huge that he missed that. It stalled out the kite so much longer as a result.
You think about when he missed the cue ball on the Antiquarian?
Yes.
The first time?
Yes.
Yeah. He used it really, really early. I didn't think he had to commit to it. So he could have done the thing where he follows him. He just kind of holds it at him and he just follows him until like he's able to get into a better position. Like a better position would have been when you eventually saw the Antiquarian route into the boat through the side, through the hole. A much better position would have been to put it out that window, and then you had her dead to rights right there because her ability is wearing off. Just Dongshuan using the ability way too soon right there, and he had her a hit already with that blink, so that would have been the down much sooner than whatever happened, you know?
Yeah, I'm with you there. I'm definitely with you there. I see a lot of fan support here in the crowd today. This one reads, I'm a big fan of Psyche's YouTube channel. I'm his 15,000 subscriber. Thank you, by the way, a random viewer, for watching the YouTube channel. Don't know how you have access to YouTube over there in China, but thank you nonetheless for watching. Really
VPNs do exist, virtual private network, use it.
This one is clearly supporting for Weibo, so unfortunately I won't be able to translate this one for you. I don't need to translate. I don't need to translate this one, I mean. Not unfortunate. I just mean there's no need to. All right, because you can clearly see what it's talking about.
There's no need to translate because we know Psyche is very fluent in Chinese.
Yeah,
Well,
because right
both
there,
Mandarin and
you don't
Cantonese.
need me to translate. You can see what he's talking about there. The other one you need me to translate. But I know you might not believe me.
Exactly.
Don't worry, guys. I got you. I got you.
Yeah, whether or not you believe that she is a Super Psyche fan and that the camera chose to highlight that she's a Super Psyche fan, whether you not believe those two complete coincidences, I believe them. I'm just saying, I believe them, man. And here's the whiteboard again. Best type of merch ever. Best money ever sold or made from NetEase right there, selling that as merch. I even saw pieces of paper being sold with logos, with like team logos. Like we saw Weibo paper. So we saw no, not that. That's the whiteboard. But earlier there was a fan that had a piece of paper. It had Weibo's logo in the corner, and then they wrote something. Again, just making profit off the simplest of things. China, how do you do it?
Absolutely. Maybe we should be looking to China as the businessman, despite America being the capitalist country that it is. China managed a way to sell blackboards. Like, guys, come on. Or whiteboards.
Like whiteboards, they managed to sell like pieces of paper. Like
crazy, bro.
Like it's crazy.
They convinced them. They convinced them. They found a way.
They said, hey, this is how you support your team. Here we got the boom whackers, we got the foam fingers, we got the my personal favorite though for supporting sports or any type of event psyche are the glow sticks. I really like the glow sticks a lot. People are like waving them around in K-pop concerts. People wave them around regular concerts. I really like the glow sticks because they work at day, they work at night. They're so versatile and they're really collectible and they're really fun.
Yes, absolutely. Glow sticks are definitely cool. Today now, guys, we're gonna see coordinator escapologist ban. That must mean escapologist is an S tier survivor, no. But I think he might be trying to play maybe
Hullabaloo?
I think he's not really anything specific. I mean, Hullabaloo would be annoying, but I think the idea here is on a small map like this, it's much easier to chair on people's ciphers, and escapologist would completely negate that ability to get people away from your ciphers.
I do believe the forward ban is a respect ban. I do believe Lin has a really good forward, or is it Sans? One of these survivors has a really good forward. So the respect ban gonna come off here. Ninja saying, I did my homework. I know what survivors that you're going to be picking. And forward, honestly, Psyche, we do see him a lot on Arms Factory in competitive. Like when we saw Arms Factory, we also saw forward commonly. So maybe it's just a really good map pick. Is forward just better on these maps with a lot of walls? Absolutely. A lot more easier targets set up. You know, Prospector going to be the substitute harasser this time around. We're seeing a similar comp. We're seeing a stable rescuer, a harasser, a strong kiter. And I believe the mechanics, just because like we're in later rounds and tying would be fine here. They're just trying to make it to game 4. And the skins being shown right here, we're going to see Reswim. For the mechanic. Oh, that's such a cute skin.
L skin, Reswim is not a good skin.
What's your favorite mechanic A tier?
Red Riding Hood skin is pretty good. And
that's S tier.
There's a different one that I forgot. I think maybe, I don't know what else.
I like this one. I like this one. Puppeteer.
Lockhart is pretty cool as well. I like Lockhart as well.
That's an S tier skin, limited, and that's a really good one.
I don't like the Koa skin that much, to be completely honest.
Really? It's simple, it's sleek, she looks like classy, you know, she got the cane, it fits a theme. Like, what's there not to like? Like, look, we can agree that Perfumer Koa skin's really, really good, right? We can agree there.
Yes. So, I mean...
But, so why wouldn't you like Puppeteer?
Because I think it's really plain. I think it's pretty plain. I don't really like it.
Sometimes there's beauty in simplicity, man. That's like,
love how Mickey's discussion is instantly stopped by.
There's also beauty in seeing Peddler here at 2:30 in the morning. Peddler, regenerating my energy to compensate.
So yeah, we are gonna see the Peddler here. Interesting hunter. And it turns out the Prospector here is gonna be pretty good against Peddler, because if you get Vine against Peddler, the magnet always pushes Peddler away before she can swing in time. So, gonna be really good here. Also frees you from the Vine on top of that. So, we're gonna see the mechanic here.
Psyche. She can turn a lot of those walls pretty obsolete. She can just enter buildings without a problem. Just wherever you are, she can just corner you. Like I said, Shaq, not that good against Peddler. Factory, if she has her doors available, is weaker against Peddler. But again, Factory is still just a really strong hiding spot. So it's really going to be down to what your character can do. And like Psyche mentioned earlier, Prospector, excellent at cutting Peddler.
Absolutely. I think that might be like the biggest reason why we see Prospector. He is just really good against these like attrition hunters like Qis, since he has infinite abilities. Hunters that like get a hit, leave, come back, get a hit, leave, come back, or like not even getting
Shadow.
a hit, getting abilities out. Getting abilities out is also very important. Not a hit necessarily, but in general abilities to make it easier for you later on in the same game. And Prospector just completely avoids the hit and also avoids running out of abilities on top of that as well. Lancer is the same idea here. So they're both great counters to something like Qist. Just happens to be that Prospector is also going to be very good here against Peddler. Happens to be. Anyway.
All right, getting into round number 3. Game number 3, round 1, part 1. Here we go.
Waiting. All right, and we're going to be going into round 3, first half. Peddler's going to go straight for Factory. Prospector choosing a different interesting route here, just hiding. Oh, wait. Nia does want to chase him. He does want to chase him. He
can't
is
chase
running.
what you can't see, Psyche.
That is true.
Will he find him though? He's really close.
I think he saw him. I think he saw him right
he
there.
Saw him. Bright white, and in the light is this Prospector, and he's gonna get chased right here. Gonna get Vine. Ninja actually gonna walk over, worried about a magnet placement, I assume. But gonna choose to walk over with the Vine, a perfectly good option right there, actually, because it doesn't put him in hit stun, and he gets his hit off anyway. Not gonna get the combo though. Not gonna get the chip into the hit combo, meaning that he is still gonna have to land a full-on hit or 2 chips to down this Prospector. Pretty important there from Sands to avoid that.
This magnet completely avoids getting vined right here. So now if he uses the vine on top of the Prospector, he always gets pushed away here. The difference is right here, he gets pushed into a rock. Still fine though. Has another magnet. Ooh, and the magnet goes to waste because of the fact that he has blink up. Yeah, really didn't surmount
pretty
too
quick
much
down there, Psyche. I know he used the blink for it, but yeah, it's gonna be a pretty fast down. And near a Cypher, for a hunter that can cover the Cypher with an ability, pretty dangerous stuff here.
Yeah, absolutely. So right here, we're gonna see Nye right here sit on the Cypher machine, but also be able to take advantage of him camping here, getting double value all in one. Or did he not block the Cypher machine? I guess he didn't block the Cypher machine.
He couldn't.
I thought he would.
The rescuer here, Lin, the Lanternist, was doing a good job at pressuring him for even daring to go close to that Cypher.
He couldn't. He wants to, but it doesn't really make sense right there in that situation.
It won't let him, because the Lanternist would get a free rescue, and that's a really dangerous situation for you.
Absolutely. Prospector here is going to run away from the Cyphers too. Definitely going to guarantee that they get those Cyphers done. There will be no Cypher blocking happening in this match.
Indeed. Well, other than that one's obsolete. But like, yeah, pretty much that was a really good play from Lin right there. Just saying that, hey, if you go for this Cypher, you have a free rescue to worry about. And Ninja obviously choosing the latter. He's like, yeah, it's a mechanic on the Cypher anyway. It's like not even like the bot. It's a mechanic on the Cypher, so it's gonna be a little bit slower because someone's injured, but it's not gonna be too slow. So just overall really good play from the Lanternist right there. Gonna only walk away with a chip too, which is pretty important.
Definitely not a bad trade at all.
Yeah, not a trade at all. Not a bad trade at all. Yuhua here gonna go for rescue, and Psyche, something important to note, the last Cypher has not been started yet until now.
Oh, he does get the hit off. That's going to be a hit on the Mercenary now, because the Mercenary walks right past him. And yeah, there's going to be a very nice double hit for Nye right here. Going to be critical in a situation where he is going to be trying to prevent them from getting this last Cypher done and getting any damage, any abilities he can get out. That's definitely going to propel him forward quite a bit in that regard.
And chat, that 3/4 hit is huge. That Mercenary, all of a sudden, not going to be so hard to deal with when you run into him next time, inevitably. And yeah, big misplay, just running right by the Hunter's base. You could have opted to run away from them, like opposite direction entirely, but just choosing to run right in the Peddler, giving her the freest swing of her life, gonna cost you heavily there. And we're only gonna see how it affects the rest of this game. But the bot going down there, goodbye, Timmy. And yeah, Ninja chilling over at the middle right here, watching the ciphers go down. The backup cipher has started, and it's at 42, a pretty healthy amount. So I do like how the survivors are playing this currently. And the Mercenary going to leave extra early, going to respect the fact that he is indeed a chip away from meeting his fate on a rocket chair. And yeah, gonna run
getting off the cipher here is very important here, because he knows of the fact that as soon as this peddler gets right next to him, it's going to be almost over for him. So he needs to make sure he gets a head start. Getting that head start, in fact, he gets such a good head start, he doesn't even need to use his elbow pads. And Hunter accepts that, sees him going to a very annoying area, is like, okay, let's get out of here. And now the survivors managed to pop the last cipher machine. Nia didn't really manage to do anything during that time. Oh! Whew, that was a scary hit. Almost hit him right there.
Nice ability usage from the
we can see the old arms factory right here, guys. The last moments of the old arms factory.
The last moment of the
weird flywheel. They're flywheeling into the Hunter there, so nothing really happens. He just ends up canceling it for nothing. He could have just ran around there instead of going into the Hunter.
Dude, he almost intercepted the mechanic running there, but because the Mercenary leaves the gate, presenting him with the choice of like, hey, you're not gonna push me out the gate, I'm gonna leave and go kite, right? That made it discouraging for Ninja to approach the gate, and that was an important decision right there, because
I don't think that's.
I'm
gonna stop you right there, because I don't think that's why he left the gate. I think he left the gate because he didn't think the mechanic was right there. Because leaving the gate as Mercenary in that situation is extremely dangerous when you're dead with a chip hit. He was dead in the detention hit. There was no bleed out.
You didn't think the mechanic was there?
I think he just didn't think the mechanic was there, because I don't even think he was really leaving the gate though, Miki, on top of that. I think he's just gonna go back in the gate, because it's too risky. It's too risky against Peller there to get Vine and you're just gonna go down. Especially when he was already chip hit, so she doesn't even need an earthquake. Even though she did have it, she didn't even need it on top of that. So I think a lot of reason not to chase the Mercenary there. Or sorry, not to leave the gate as a Mercenary. This is not a like basic gate hunter. This is a chip hunter who already has a chip on you, so it leads to a very...
And with that new trait, bro, it's just, he's especially not going to want to leave the gate.
Mm-hmm. That's not in the... Miki, that's not in the game yet.
No, I know it's not in there, but like later on, that new trait, it is especially going to be bad.
He would have survived it, though, so that's not the reason he left. The reason he left is because he's dead to a Vine. The Earthquake would not kill him. The Earthquake would put him 3/4 dead.
And here's the score. Gonna be the tie, the clean tie from Weibo. They are still in the lead, I do believe, right? Because of their first 5K on round 1. They're like a slight lead.
Still ahead by 3 points. Still ahead by 3 points.
Continue to tie this out, it would be good for Weibo. But yeah, but should I think they 5? I think the only way here that they win in points, ZQ, is by getting a 4-man, right? Because a 3-man would be 1 point for Weibo, being 13-12 either way.
No, they could just win round 3, and if their hunter gets a 3 kill, they win straight up. Even though they'll be down in points, because they'll win the round. They'll win round 2 and round 3.
Okay. And that's what the new rules determine, right?
Yeah. So it's going to be based off of that. Can they win this round? I mean, the survivors got a tie, which on the one hand, you can look at it as a good thing for Weibo Gaming.
For Persica Gaming.
You gotta look at it as a good thing for Weibo Gaming. It's cause right as the background showed up, like right now, I can say Dong Xuan.
She was all up there. Yeah, she was all up on you, man. Like.
Right now, guys, Dong Xuan. Good news for Dong Xuan as well, because look, Dong Xuan says right there.
Good news for Dong Xuan Gaming, right?
It's because the name was in the background, I swear. I looked at it.
No, it's fair.
Whatever I read just comes out.
Like, when your mind reads what you see. No, I get it. Continue.
Yeah, so this is going to be, on the one hand, you can see the tie being very good for Weibo right here, because it means that if their survivors get a tie, then that's just going to lead to a tie round 3, and they're going to win off of points. On the other hand, you could look at it as a good thing for FPX.ZQ here as well, because of the fact that, well, now Dong Xuan just needs a 3 kill here, nothing crazy, just 3 kills here, and he can also win the round. So this game could really go either way. It's going to be depending on how the survivors play, most importantly, and can Dong Xuan get any mind games? Do the survivors fall for any? Like, that's the most important thing right here.
And the other thing,
like OMG, that's like the most important thing.
Do you think they're gonna ban his Dream Witch? Do you think he's gonna ban his Dream Witch? right here? 'Cause she's quite good on Arms Factory.
Could be. Dream Witch, of course, is very good on a map like Arms Factory. The ciphers are much tighter packed on a map like Arms Factory than on something like Hospital. There's also quite open areas, decently open areas. The ciphers, unless they spawn inside the walled areas, you usually have pretty good vision over multiple, and you're able to control multiple ciphers at the same time in Arms Factory with 1 or 2 leeches. Much better than other maps. So I guess we might see a Dream Witch here. It really depends how confident Weibo is against going to Dream Witch. At the end of the day, Flywheel is still really good against Dream Witch, and so Youngstern has to factor that
because
in.
it regenerates.
How likely are they going to go Broken Windows here or Flywheel? Right? If they're very likely to go Flywheel here, then you probably should not pick a hunter that dies really bad to Flywheel. But it's all going to depend on their choice.
Flywheel. Yeah, because I know Flywheel has a long cooldown, but like you said, because how Dream Witch functions and how she's like not often like hard chasing other than the first target survivors, and she's more likely switching and like activating and checking ciphers, right? Having Flywheel will probably mean that it's up most of the time because of the fact that they weren't using it and you were only chasing the first target there, and then by the time they do use it, even if you get them to proc their Flywheel with the long match like Dream Witch, it just seems like it comes up relatively often.
Yeah, that's not even considering the fact that early game is just, of course, does really good against the Patroller if you choose to run Patroller. Might even choose to run Blink because of that if he does end up going something like Dream Witch instead of something like Patroller, which dies much harder to Flywheel.
But yeah, I'm gonna see this. No matter what, is this gonna be the final match?
Well, let me think about it. If they're down 3 points, then if they get a 3-man here, 3-man kill, they win. If they get a tie, they lose. So yeah, this is gonna be the last match here, no matter what, because of how the points worked out here. It's impossible to tie Weibo Gaming in points here. It's either they get more points or not more points. It's either they get the round 1 here or the round
or they
tied,
lose
and then
points.
they lose to points, right? Or
then
no, of course, if they lose in escapes, like if Dongchuan gets 3 escape here, of course he also loses for his team.
And Psyche, you said Weibo is a top 5 team right now in IVL?
Yeah,
like,
right now they were in the top 3 of the leaderboards right now in terms of win to loss ratio. Last I checked yesterday, they were number 3, and I would have to check if yesterday's matches would have influenced where the top 3 end up. I think it wouldn't. So I think Weibo Gaming should still be top 3, but this win would definitely push them top 2 because I think their second place opponent was also at the same number of wins as them. But again, things might have changed.
Do you know where ZQ is ranked by any chance?
ZQ is much lower. Last I checked, they were around like 8th place. That was yesterday.
Wow.
So they're on
this
the
would be
lower
a pretty
end.
big upset for them if they beat Weibo.
Well, it's not based off of it's not based off of like elos. This is not an elo system, Miki, where you're getting more points for beating someone higher up. It just counts as a win for you and a loss, right? Doesn't matter how bad of a team you beat, you beat it, right? That's what counts.
Okay.
Your number increases by 1, even if you beat the world's best team. Doesn't matter. You just get a +1 increase.
Looks like we're gonna see the Matador come out, and like I said, Psyche, the Dream Witch is banned, the respect ban right there from Weibo Gaming. What do you think we could see from Dongchuan now? We could see Shadow, we could see Hullabaloo. These are the characters he hasn't used yet, and you could also see, Dongchuan has a pretty mean Geisha.
Hard to say here. It really just depends on what the survivors
Acrobat
are here, because he does have a lot of options. Yeah, nice Acrobat here. I do like Acrobat as a survivor. Also, a lot of thin, narrow entrances that he can put the ball, even with the nerfed Arms Factory from years ago, where now the front gate of Arms Factory has a hole in there. Not even talking about the current nerfs, that's a whole different story. But Arms Factory still works pretty well for Acrobat. Able to catch him up to anywhere he really wants to, because everything is close together. Anything he barely doesn't make, you can definitely make now with an Acrobat ball.
looks like we got a lot of strong survivor picks here saved for the round 3. The Lanternist, the Matador, and the Gravekeeper. And honestly, like you said, Psyche, Acrobat has not fallen off by any means. Just a lot of characters accomplish kind of what he wants to do for like less cost or has other benefits alongside that. But Acrobat's still a very, very strong character. I still have a lot of faith in this character. I think he's solid. And a round 3 pick for him is pretty justifiable. I wouldn't say that he's a round like 2 character, but yeah, 3 I could start to see him here.
Yeah, the devs have added a lot of like good survivors in the past. There's Lanternist, there's Meteorologist, there's Archer. These things, even though like the Lanternist like combines really well as a kiter and also a helpful supporter when it comes to helping your team's decode speed. Even if she's not being chased, she can help someone else who is decoding. Even if she's just like standing around waiting to see where the hunter goes and not pressuring the cypher, she can still help other people do their ciphers, make it seem like the cypher isn't shaking. She has a really annoying support aspect to her besides just the kiting, while in the meantime Acrobat is much more nowadays dependent on the kiting rather than the support factor. Those debuffs have been nerfed significantly.
He doesn't really support that much, you know? Like, yeah. I know red ball's the thing and black ball's the thing, but you really can't call it support given what we have for support now.
Yeah, things have definitely gotten... Acrobat never really got significantly nerfed like crazy, but he has become less relevant because there's just other stars who kite as well as him, but also have the option to help out their teammates better than Acrobat could.
And Psyche, we're actually going to see Opera Singer here picked. What do you think of this? I do believe that this is kind of risky because Opera Singer, while being really good on Arms Factory's clutter in the way and stuff like that, the windows pose a real threat to Opera Singer.
It really depends on the window here, but you are definitely right here that something like Shack would be very annoying. Something like Deep Sandbags would be very annoying in the bottom left of the map. Factory, of course, is always going to be annoying. You're right, there are a lot of annoying windows here for Opera Singer, and being one of the slowest vaulters in the game, not going to be amazing for Opera. Having to deal as well with a Matador here is not amazing, and of course a Lanternist. The problem with Lanternist is if she's out in the open, then Lanternist is not bad to chase, but that's not going to really happen. More likely than not, you're going to have Lanternist put her clone behind a pallet, and she just runs right past you. And you have to go chase that clone behind the pallet, and by the time you go around the pallet or break it, she's already moving, and that's the problem with playing hunters who don't have projectiles.
And then the walls make this strategy such like incredibly efficient because of all the long looping that she has to do to get around. Like, you could just tell that it spells doom for Opera in that case. But however, Opera Singer, of course, a fantastic character on every map, even this one, arguably, just because of how there is clutter. It's similar to Leo's Factory without snow, basically. That's kind of what Arms Factory is. And yeah, there's gonna be a lot of clutter in the way that she can utilize to travel quickly still. So not really gonna have to change up her game plan. Is gonna be Opera Singer.
All right, guys, this is gonna be the final match of the first matchup here: Weibo versus ZQ. Let's see who takes it. Really could still be anyone's game, but I will say it's probably easier to get a tie of survivors than it is for Hunter to get a 3-man. But it's so close nowadays because it just takes one mistake as the Hunter player. Going against your survivor team, hoping that they just make one mistake could be all the difference. Now we're gonna see Dongxuan here go straight to middle, getting rid of this pallet early on. Oh, okay, could have taken out both those pallets there. I think he's just checking the perimeter.
Is he gonna do it anyway? Yeah, he should have done it earlier.
Oh, I think he was checking around to see if anyone is nearby. Gonna break it in the end anyway. No big deal. He at the end of the day, it's easy for us to backseat because we knew there was no one there. He didn't.
Yeah, true. That's true. But the Gravekeeper going to be the target of choice here. Already used up one shovel, and there's the second one?
Essentially used his shovel there immediately, and at least he used the damage shovel right here. Wow, but it's going to immediately get caught up too because he chose to go inside the shack and not outside. I mean, I think he wasn't going to make it either way, though, to be honest, just because he got hit in that shovel immediately. It wasn't really great for him.
There's a lot of pressure being put on Weibo's rescuer here. Hui kind of getting put in the backseat here. Blink for the shovel. I guess there's not much else for him to go to because the shack pallet's broken.
Yeah, so that blink is not terrible.
Process.
Oh, but this window that you were bringing up earlier, this is such a pain because you already used that 1,000 presents. He had to use it earlier just to get around Shack. Oh, now winning the mind game. They're going to force the kite to be even longer.
We're going to live a little longer, but going to be the end of the kite right there. But Psyche, look at Cypher's. Kite was not bad by any means.
No, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. And when he got hit in that first shovel, he made sure it was at least a damage shovel so that the next one is like the full durability. So if Dongxuan were to, like, let's say, hope that it was the damage shovel that he's using second, then he would have been kiting for the next 35 seconds. But unfortunately, Dongxuan did not fall for that. He hitting the shovel out immediately.
There's something to note here, Psyche. The survivors don't necessarily have to rescue. Remember, they want the tie. Dongxuan has to come to them. He wants the 3-man.
I think it is important to still at least give Tinnitus and do at least one rescue with Tide.
Which is what Persica's doing.
Yeah, I mean, they have the Tide. They have the time. The Kai was pretty decent. If they don't do a rescue at all, it could mean that Dongxuan could teleport on the Cypher. Well, no, he can't, but he used his trade. But he could definitely pressure the Cypher much quicker. That way, if no one pressures the chair.
But it looks like he's going to force Persica on the rescue. A good decision here, but however, it is quite late. So survivors may have already gotten what they wanted. And a pallet stun to boot right there. How about that, Psyche?
Great pallet stun right there. Trying to body block the dash would have been nicer, but it doesn't really matter because he's just trying to get away from his teammate Cyphers. Not gonna matter though with teleport, to be honest. I think he's gonna he's better off trying to make this as long of a chair as possible. I guess at the very least he can force Hunter to use the teleport. So he should be forced to use a teleport here. This is gonna make the gate situation much better for the survivors, but that is if they can pop the 6 Cypher machine before he gets his teleport up, because this teleport is definitely going to slow down the game a lot for the survivors.
Yeah, with how upper pressures, but Matador being such a good pick, forcing Dongxuan to go into the Shadow Dance right here. PPZ on the Matador gets a pallet stun. Dongxuan eating pallet after pallet, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and already used the teleport and didn't really get much out of it. Psyche.
Yeah, that was a complete L on that teleport right there. He used it to get pallet stun. Value. I too used my teleports to get pallet stunned. But anyway, right here, Matador is gonna rush the Cypher with his teammates. Does everyone here have borrowed time? Well, everyone except Persica. And I guess that was a kind of I don't know what happened with that pop. What happened with that pop?
Yeah, I don't know either. I was about to say that's pretty awkward.
Did the timer on the Lanternus ability run out? I don't know what happened there.
I think so.
Because she could have, because it was up to her to pop as long as there's time left.
Yeah, exactly. It's up to Persica to pop it right there. But yeah, gonna be a pretty awkward pop there, Psyche situation. Not looking too dire for the survivors, like I said, but the chair is right in the middle where Opera can just dash, and did I mention dash in between areas.
This is not a safe position at all to be in right now as Weibo Gaming. They need to get this tie. If a 3-man happens here, he's just gonna win it for his team. It all depends on what Dongxuan does here. Does he guess right? He guesses wrong. She did not go to this gate. Can he catch her off though? He sees someone walking, but the timer's still halfway. The person at the gate could still come in for a rescue here. Okay, and Dongxuan already ready for coming back. Trying to slowly bait the survivors towards him rather than going after one and having the other two escape. Trying to bring them as close to him as possible.
Factory, Psyche, and he's gonna use the Gaunera.
What an unfortunate turn of events for Dongxuan right here. Now he's gonna go back on the chair because obviously he can't let the rescue happen. But now Persica's out. Detention though, still not over.
Call it to detention. Yeah, that's gonna be a factor here. Gonna be by the dungeon, but it's still Opera. She's still super fast. And
no, he's going too
a little too early. Will he get it? Gets the ability.
No.
Oh no!
Not even close. Not even close. The dungeon didn't even. I mean, I think the dungeon might have opened in time, but he was nowhere close enough to that dungeon. Unfortunately, not gonna work out. And Dongxuan, did he actually? What? I gotta see that. Did he actually facepalm there? Oh, you can't.
Yeah, that's old. Yeah, that honestly, it was that. That was the play. That was what did it.
That was really unfortunate there. I mean, the pop there.
So early.
Let's look one more time at what happened with this pop here, because this pop definitely changed the game for Dongxuan. Game is over, guys. We can vote. We can predict or something. We're not sure what that purple box is every single time. What happened here?
Yeah, Psyche. The pop is definitely a huge factor.
Oh my god. There. So yeah, that would. Listen, I don't want to say it was on Persica because it could have been someone on Weibo said to pop, and then it turns out that was not a good time to call for a pop. But right here, You could see the Lanterness ability right here. She just started using it. This lasts for 20 seconds. They have 20 seconds to choose when to pop, but it will pop after 20 seconds. Next thing, we can see this Cypher is at 100%, meaning that it really is up to Perska right here. The moment she cancels it, this Cypher will pop, and there's no stopping it at this point. So it's up to them, up to her teammates to tell her when is a good time to cancel this ability, because the moment she cancels, or if it runs out of time, then this Cypher is popping no matter what. Now, I love the thinking here. I think this is great thinking of, like, stalling the Cypher and using that time rather than being forced to sit on top of it, and just being forced to kite in whatever area is immediately next to the Cypher. The other thing is it forces Dongxuan to not be able to just wait out for teleport here, because you can see his teleport is on a 65-second cooldown. So normally hunters would just sit here and wait until their teleport is up and then swing. But this like Cypher move here allows for them to lock the Cypher at 100% without popping it, and then set up for the kite before they tell, hey, pop it now. Like that's a really smart move. That's a great way to use Lanterness ability. Unfortunately, though, I think there was just a miscommunication on this pop. I think someone might have called for a pop at an unfortunate timing, and they popped in a moment that was awful, because Jelly was literally standing right in the fronter, right in front of the hunter. New word, right in the fronter.
Dude,
front of the hunter.
Dude,
new slang.
Psyche, that is tragic. Like, what happened in front of us was a tragedy, dude. Like,
they definitely needed to double decode this. They definitely needed it, because they wouldn't have made it with just one person. But then this.
Okay, I agree with the double decode, but like, dude, that was tragic.
And now
like,
Perska just can't do the gate now, because he immediately has the option to go chase the gate now, where otherwise he would be sacrificing a living target. Now he's not sacrificing anything, because this guy, this Jelly right here, he is not going anywhere. He has free 20 seconds to do whatever he wants, stop whatever he wants. And now Perska just, again, it's hard to say what the right move is. Do you still do the gate, or do you run away? It's kind of like a 50-50, and this 50-50 could have been avoided. Now leaving it up to chance would have been better by just not dying immediately after the pop, and that was probably just a miscommunication on the pop, because now at this point it's just a guessing game of where he goes. Turns out that if Perska had committed to this gate right here, it would have been the right move, because she would have finished it by now had she committed to it immediately. But of course, you can't possibly know that. You don't know if Dongxuan is going to come back to that gate immediately to check if you're doing it. I think a lot of hunters might do that, right? And that's why Perska got off of it there, because a lot of hunters would go back and chase on that gate, knowing that they just saw Lanterness there. That is something a lot of hunters would do right there. Don't get me wrong, but Dongxuan, I guess, didn't fall for it. This was a really good Matador ability, but there was just not enough time to go back and forth.
Matador's ability is good at doing many things except one, and you saw it there. It often overshoots the dungeon.
It does overshoot the dungeon. You have to be a certain distance away. Honestly,
it goes so way past it, dude. I have seen so many Matador players die because they land the ability, and then they're like, "Oh, I'm making it the dungeon," and then they overshoot.
I mean, yes, Miki, but you have to remember, he went to the dungeon way too early. He went to it way too early. You should not be going to it this early, because you have to account for after someone dies, you still need to wait 7 seconds before the dungeon opens.
6 seconds for it to open.
And I mean, it's not the end of the world if Dongxuan were to like shadow back, because you have to remember he has his ability. Matador is like kind of hard counter shadow teleporting back on a shadow clone on top of you, because you just Matador ability her instantly and then go for dungeon. So he could have. What I'm trying to say is
the detention timer was
and then he could play he could play around detention ending as well. I think it would. Any of those options would have been better than just immediately running for dungeon there. That was a severe missed time on the dungeon. I feel like it would have been better to play around, especially because he didn't break this pallet here. He definitely had time here, then go around here, vault this window. Let's see, does he have broken windows? No, he doesn't. But the pallet boost would have been an option. And
we saw a little bit of the crumbling of the mental, just the pressure of I could close the set out right now. I think he just wanted the set to be over, because it was a pretty close set. And honestly, I can understand that, but you're in the game until the game says escaped or tied or whatever the message is.
Unfortunate loss there for Weibo Gaming and their fans included. Dongxuan gonna get the best deduction right here. Of course, great way to close it out for him, getting the 3 kill there. Was not expecting it.
Good
That
job
was
from
honestly a
ZQ.
pretty
Good
start.
job from ZQ. Golf clap. Golf clap.
So ZQ going to win the match, and Weibo could have been up so much from this win because with the top 3 being very close together in wins, that was a huge difference maker. That Weibo just lost that. As opposed to ZQ winning this, it's not as much of a big deal because they're already like very low. I mean, maybe they'll go up to 7, 6.
If the threshold like top
the difference
5
between
to
7,
make it in the
6
final
is
bracket,
not that much. Like going from 8 to 7 is not as big of a deal from third place to second place, right? That's a much bigger difference.
I like how you ordered the numbers higher to lower so you'd avoid the.
You're a dumbass, you know that. We're going up. Of course, I'm not gonna say 6, 7. 6, 7, guys! He said it. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching this matchup. We're gonna be moving on to the next matchup whenever it's ready. In the meantime, though, we do have to wait for it to start, and I will see you guys in about 15 minutes when it will be ready to watch. And that is going to be, let's see who the next matchup is. It's going to be Dow5 versus GR, so stay tuned for that. GR is #1 in the leaderboard, assuming no
they are?
They're either #1 or #2, but they were #1 yesterday. But they are very
Can you link me the leaderboard, by the way, like in our Discord?
I only have from yesterday, so it's not
okay, no
today,
worries,
today.
like,
But overall, like at most only a few. There were just 2 matchups after yesterday's match,
that's
so
it. You
not a
just
whole lot
see them
changed anyway.
change like by a little bit, yeah.
So, hey guys, that's going to be all for this matchup. Stay tuned for the next matchup where we'll be commentating Dow5 versus GR. Dow5 is literally the bottom place right now. So, Dow5 bottom place versus GR. Can Dow5 pull a surprise win here that no one was expecting?
Wait, so it's the top seed. This is the top #1, like highest versus like one of the lowest?
Yeah, Dow5 is literally the lowest. They are literally 10th place.
Oh, wow.
Anyway, guys,
Wow.
we will see you guys for that matchup very soon. In the meantime, guys, sit back, relax. We'll be back with the next matchup in around 15 minutes. See you guys in a bit.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to the second matchup of the evening or in the morning, honestly, wherever you're from. Where we're from, it's the morning. Welcome to the second matchup. We have Dow 5 versus GR. Now, currently, as the standings have it, GR is the #1 team of this tournament at the moment. And Dow 5 will be the bottom team at the moment. So with everything to lose is GR, and with nothing to lose is Dow 5. So given that mentality, maybe we can hope to see a crazy turn of events here, a Dow 5 win, or will glory continue to reign glorious here? And,
Absolutely.
maybe they can do so with the wildling.
Going right in with the wildling. I love wildling personally, but I think it's because they had no choice because the hunter just ended up immediately banning Gravekeeper, First Officer. I don't really like these bans because of the fact that there's just so many good rescuers. I mean, they even could have won something like Escapologist here if they really wanted to. Lottery's a little bit late. Anyway.
Really
We're gonna
late.
be seeing wildling instead here. I almost wonder, is this like a way to force the survivors to go wildling so that you can get good hula blue value? It's really risky because they might not even go wildling. I mean, a lot of survivor teams are aware of the fact that hula blue is such a risk potential. I think they might just end up putting flywheel on wildling, like tied flywheel on wildling, just to guarantee that nothing bad happens with this hula blue. Not even guarantee, it just gives them a much better chance, honestly, but very scary.
And Wilding not really a survivor that needs the borrowed time, so it would make sense because he's always going to be on that pig most of the time. So he's going to be pretty safe for the most part. It's pretty safe to call a pop on a no borrowed time Wildling. So yeah, that's something to consider here. But like you said, banning the rescuers off the gate, not the best idea. There are a lot of options covered here. And there are a lot of rescuers that do their job very well. So if you're trying to stop rescues entirely, not only does this leave holes in your game plan in the other sections, like you said, because they picked really strong support characters as a moment, and those have a much more significant impact, or can have a much more significant impact on the game here. But it looks like we're going to see the Queen Bee, so maybe hoping to stuff a rescue is going to be MHXM here. Or Mayhem, I think I'll call him.
I mean, we have seen Queen Bee do very good against Wildling, but that was when like Dongshin was playing some really serious good mind games against the Wildling. Are we gonna see that again? Could we see that again? Maybe. But if the Wildling just gets on his pick early, there's no chance of that happening. As long as he gets on his pick early, as soon as he gets a heartbeat. So it really depends.
And with Leo's memory as the first map too, man, like that also gives away that you're not going Opera on Leo's, and that's not gonna be an option later, you know?
Honestly, again, maybe round 2, maybe round 3, once you get one of the good rescuers out, because you can't replay rescuers. You can't replay any survivor for that matter. Would have been fine, maybe. But right out the gate, there's too many good survivors to play around. I mean, of course, Knight is kind of disintegrated into irrelevancy because of not just of Clown. I think in my last stream I mentioned Clown on Chinatown, but that doesn't explain why we don't see Knight on the other maps. Round 1 especially. I think it's because of the fact that there's so many hunters out there, specifically QS and Queen Bee, which are very meta right now and very good. They're just too good at putting down abilities to cancel the attack swing, which literally just makes them a 50-50 at that point. Like, yes, you could predict their prediction, but that's still a 50-50. There's no guarantee of that. So you could predict that they use abilities instead of trying to do double attack, but it's just not reliable. So you're really down to like something like Escapologist and Wildling here, which again, I still think both of them are very good into Queen Bee here. Escapologist especially here. Very good against Queen Bee. But Wildling is good
because the projectiles don't go over his smoke barrier. Right?
Yeah, it doesn't. But we are going to see it happen nonetheless, and let's see if the survivors deal with it just fine. In the meantime, we're going to see round 1, Dow 5 going to be hunting first. In the meantime, survivors GR are going to be surviving first. It's going to be the #1 team versus the number 10 team, the last place team. Let's see who ends up taking this win.
All right, placement's not going to matter here. Just going to be a matter of good gameplay, good game sense, and just overall some darn clean decision making. But here we go. Dow 5 on the Queen Bee. And yeah, Mayhem going to have Cynthia here at this corner, but choosing position is going to be his Antiquarian. But will he pay a hit for it? Not going to look like it. Cynthia going to get a very clean stick hit. Not going to be able to hit those 2 shots, though. And Cynthia is looking on life support. After dodging the first hit, he is now in a pretty hard spot. And the owl's going to come off. A very beautiful owl here on the side
really
of GR
nice,
Survivors. Yeah, such a nice owl.
Oh, but the shot was even nicer.
Shot.
Did you see that, Mickey? That was crazy.
Yeah, that was clean over the pallet.
And the patience on shooting the shot, not shooting it immediately, seeing where the star is going to go. You have the whole animation to work with before you decide to shoot, which is like 2 seconds long. It's going to be reduced energy the whole time. You can choose to shoot it whenever. It doesn't have to be immediately. Right, they're taking her time and ends up taking her down very quickly. I mean, must say, that was a pretty strong first chase. Also, the Antiquarian also got ability canceled right there. She used her stick, but the shot hit her before she even used it, so not great either. Is the Wildling going to get stuffed here? Very scary situation here. No, does not get stuffed, but does get hit, which leaves him to potentially die to full presence later on this game.
The rescue is before half, I believe, so that is a clean rescue.
Pretty good, pretty good. I will say, Antiquarian choosing to try to rebound here.
Trying to rebound,
deciding to use the stick. I mean, she does have the broken windows here, man, but Queen Bee just catching up so well. Queen Bee with her speed up, and unfortunately just did not work out right there. Using her flywheel, using her stick, 2 sticks, in fact, still dying basically right as tides are in, so not much value got in there at all.
Not going to gain a lot of value right there, and only going to make it a little bit even harder to get off this chair. But yeah, no chance of rebound here. Just probably going to take the 20 seconds and call it a day. Would be fine here for the survivors. Yep, keeps the Puppeteer safe, but the Puppeteer did, I believe, commit to 3 abilities, or was it that he got hit before an ability?
I wasn't paying attention right there. I mean, Puppeteer's puppets go down real quick nowadays with the nerf he got. They just run out real fast. What is it? Like, they last, like, what? 4 seconds now? No, like 3 seconds. 3 seconds, maybe 2.5. Next to a rocket chair, they end really fast because they nerfed how fast he loses the puppet next to the rocket chair. It's not 100% faster anymore. It's 160%.
But would that patch be in this tournament?
Yes, because that was in April, and we're seeing the Psychologist buff, which was also in April.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you for pointing that out. I didn't know about that patch, by the way. The Puppeteer by the rocket chair.
Yeah. So they nerfed that to make up for the fact that Puppeteer has like 9-second 9-second natural chair timer. But anyway, we're gonna see the Puppeteer forced to use this puppet because of the full presence danger she poses, this Queen Bee. But of course, it just means that he goes down right after to a singular shot because he did not manage to drop the pallet before the puppet ran out. Now Seer getting caught out in the open, flywheels too late, guesses incorrectly, and now this is almost certain death right here. He needs to get extremely lucky that the Queen Bee misses every single shot. And that's not gonna happen.
And that's not gonna be what happens here. What's gonna happen is the stuff from Dow5's Hunter right here. Excellent work. Bye. Gonna see say goodbye to his chances of leaving the manor right here. Gonna get thrown on the chair or not. Gonna get dropped and peepered. And looks like going for the 4-man here is gonna be Dow5's Hunter. And honestly, he has been doing good thus far. Chances are looking good here. If he can expire this self-heal, it's going to be a lot easier to camp this down to Seer later on. It looks like Zero, the Wildling, is going to be doing the hiding here. And he's going to be near a Cypher, so he can reset to check in for Crows if Mayhem's not too far from him. But yeah, it looks like he's closing in on his location. And this is going to be a matter of can the Wildling hide on time for the Seer to get up and get far enough away from him. It's going to be this game of attrition here, as Psyche likes to say it. And yeah, it looks like he's not going towards the right direction at the moment. 96 heal on the Seer. Probably just going to wait until his Wildling compatriot here gets chased because it would be better. But the Queen Bee did just use all her energy.
This is the problem with Queen Bee, is that Queen Bee has a hard time getting energy if they hide really well. But eventually she does find the Wildling. Only now will this here finally use his self-heal. They try to bleed out as long as possible before the person gets found. As soon as they get found, they usually tend to heal then because they want to farm the bleed out time as much as possible. With the Seer being nowhere close to 75%, he's just going to pop the heal now, I guess. And hopefully, Wildling can get the dungeon later. Honestly, he could have stayed knocked down there a little bit longer, kept it bleeding out, so that way maybe he'll reach 75% by the time this Wildling dies. Because remember, the moment that the Seer would die at 75% bleed out is the moment he would immediately die. Because once 2 survivors remain,
which would guarantee, which would give the higher chances of
yeah,
dungeon.
like look at how
Nice
long
balance
he's
stuff
kiting
there.
right here. If the Seer never picked himself up, there would just be bleeding out going on right now, and that would actually be their advantage, because that's the sooner that Wildling can choose to pick himself up. Like, you see how Wildling now instantly became 25% bleed out? It's because there's 2 survivors left.
And he's gonna get dragged closer to the dungeon and dropped, probably. That's probably what's gonna
there's
happen.
no way he's
here.
gonna chair here. He doesn't have energy to
there's no
travel around
point.
the map. Maybe
Right,
the Hunter should have...
exactly.
Honestly, maybe the Hunter should have farmed here for extra energy before killing him. Like, just farm up the energy.
Ooh,
Because
I
it's not like
agree,
she's under a
Spiky.
time scrunch. It's not like she's under a time crunch here anyway. Because
You
of
don't
the
have to
fact
kill
that-
him immediately.
Yeah, because the Seer's not doing anything anyway. That's why I'm saying, like, it would have been better if the Seer kept himself down to force Hunter to be like, oh, I gotta knock him down ASAP so I can force the Seer to not keep wasting time bleeding out. Like, now, none of that bleeding at time out was happening. Like, he probably would have been close to 75% healed then. And that way, the moment this Seer goes down, Wildling can hop on the pig and dungeon probably would have been ready. Like, now he's going down,
Yeah,
but
honestly.
look at that.
Look at all that bleed he has to go through.
Yeah, he has to go through all of that. Imagine if he sat
And
on
the
the ground
warp swap is
purposefully.
gonna close it out.
What a strong start right here from Dow 5. This is almost certainly at this point going to lead to a 4-man scenario. Wildling does escape here because he did drop and just let him bleed out anywhere and not near a rocket chair. But now, I mean, oh, that's a terror shock. But that is going to mean that Wildling is almost for sure going to go down here. There's no way of surviving. No way of healing up the Seer
like you
either.
said, honestly, would you say that the better play would have been to pick up when he died then?
Who? Who's
Or
they?
a little sooner than that? Because he would
Who
be
is
pretty
they?
close to him by
Who
then.
is they? When you said it
The Wildling,
should have been better to pick
Would it be
them.
better for the Seer to pick up himself up when the Wildling's already dead?
Yeah, as soon as the Wildling dies, that's the best time to pick yourself up, I would recommend, because you really need to get the bleed out timer rolling so that by the time you go down, Wildling can escape. Because if you're nowhere near bleeding out, then at that point you're kind of screwed because there's no more self-heal to bail you out anymore. No more self-heal to stall out timer. It's really just up to the Wildling to kite out the remaining bleed out timer. Half of a bleed out timer, that's not happening. That's why I'm saying that Seer shouldn't be picking himself up because he's anyway not doing anything during that time. Like, are you going to try to go in a different section of the map, try not to get found? Maybe. But I think because of the Wildling right there, kiting so long, I mean, he is Wildling. Being able to kite there so long, also hasn't used his pigs that much that game, so the pig was going to last at least 40 seconds, maybe even 50, if he didn't use the pig at all that game. Still though, it would have been still difficult even to dungeon escape. Just little stuff could have gone a long way there, and we're going to see Dow 5 start off with a very strong lead right here. Can they take down GR here? I would say, I don't mean to like disrespect the players here, but I do feel like the Survivors played a lot of mistakes that game. I feel like that was a very dirty game played by them. Of course, not every game is going to be squeaky clean, but there were a lot of mistakes there that could have been avoided.
It's always said dirty, because usually we say clean.
yeah. So,
it's a nice
I'm not a
contrast.
big fan
like
of
that.
it, really. I'm not a big fan of like how the game played out. Anti-Koreans
Yeah,
kind
me
of with
neither.
like hitting the shots was shaky there. Ended up getting ability canceled. It wasn't that bad. It was
Just-
still a tie
yeah.
kite. It was just really awkward. And then
The Seer gets stuffed, like just
Seer
not
got
being
stuffed.
like ready for the rescue.
and then what happened after that? Like Anti-Korean committed her abilities, and they still ended up rescuing anyway, even though she has nothing to rebound with. Like,
Yeah, like after that, I would have like sold her. You know, there's a lot like you could do.
I mean,
there
the
to
Seer
use
getting,
share
but you
tactic.
gotta remember, the Seer getting stuff there. There's not much you can do.
Yeah, that was probably the big. That was just the GG. That was
Like,
just the end. Yeah.
There was not much to do there at that point. I think the problem was rescuing there and anti-Korean with no ability, no flywheel. It just turned out to be.
I get
a very
wanting
weak
the
play.
20 seconds, but then you don't have it for.
You're very far behind. The idea of getting the 20 seconds is if you guys are up in decode, the idea is to try to get the last servers as close to possible done.
You're too far
but
behind.
that's only good if they're already close to being done. If you're far behind, trading a hit for extra 20 seconds doesn't matter if the Hunter's gonna have time to stop those ciphers with plenty of like extra decode left on them. That's when you're
And with
supposed to use
Queen
the
Bee
tie.
too, she can just gather all the energy from the tied survivor too. So she's gonna have more than enough energy to teleport around really quickly.
Yeah, like if they didn't even rescue the anti-Korean there, she would have had less energy there as well. But no, she's going into killing the Antiquarian with 100 energy to spare. Just whoever she finds, boom, almost certainly dead.
And that definitely plays a factor.
Oh yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
plays
It's
a
kind
huge
of like the reverse of like Sculptor, where if not rescuing in Sculptor means you're leaving all those statues to be used on the ciphers. It's like the reverse, where by rescuing, you're letting her gain ability. You're letting the Queen Bee gain ability. Yeah, and I mean, the Puppeteer also using it almost as like his full health bar there to pull off that rescue, leaving him with basically no abilities left, only to rescue someone with no way to rebound just to give yourself 20 seconds. Like, you're gonna lose more doing the rescue. You're gonna lose more than 20 seconds doing the rescue and then having to heal up for it than the time you gain from actually doing the rescue, if that makes sense. Like, the 20 seconds you gained does not beat out then the amount of time you have to spend making up the fact that you rescued, because you gotta heal that damage, right? And it was just Puppeteer just immediately got found there because of the fact she had full presence, because of the fact she had full energy, and finally, because of the fact she found someone who was injured. That was helped by the fact that they did double rescues this game, meaning that almost no rebound potential, because 2 out of 3 survivors just, boom, are going to be very quickly dead as long as they use their ability. Like, wilding would be hard, I'll give him that, but Puppeteer's just cooked. Puppeteer's absolutely cooked. Even he did get one chip heal in, and that still was nowhere close to enough. Should have stayed full health, in my opinion. Should have let that Antiquarian die. Give it tonight, so it's fine. I think it's become a lost art in China. We have been seeing a lot of like double tide, like triple tide, no borroweds, and they're super heavy and like, oh, we gotta rescue because we have these double tides, and no matter what we're gonna rescue, we're just gonna get free in total 40 seconds free of decode, right? But if that's happening when you guys don't have the ciphers close to being done, at least like 50 over on the last 2, you're just in trouble, because then you guys are like, you can't do the ciphers then. It's not safe to do the ciphers because you're not going to have time.
It's not like free either. Yeah, you're trading your health.
You traded your health
for the progress.
Exactly. So now the hunter's going to come in.
You trade the health for the 20 seconds, but it's not worth it when you're not ahead.
I mean, it's worth it if you can pop the ciphers before the hunter's able to capitalize on it, but
exactly.
could be easily capitalized off the damage off the rescue. So it actually helped her because it gave her the energy she needs, and it gave her the free damage she needs later on.
You would just be effectively speeding up the game for the hunter.
Yeah, we used to see this a lot more too, Miki, where people would choose not to rescue because they would identify that, oh, this situation is really awkward to rescue in because we're just gonna have to heal up. Ciphers are not close to being done anytime soon. We're using a tie, which is great. That is free decode, but rescuer's not decoding. Only 2 other people are decoding, and very soon there's gonna be only 1 person decoding because we're gonna have to spend healing whoever just did the second rescue. And that's not even including the guy who did the first rescue, because we need to heal him too. Right? You combine all these things together, like, you already need to heal the rescuer. Now you're adding another person to heal. That's not happening. That's not happening, and we saw that didn't happen because Puppeteer got 1 heal off. That's still plenty of damage to go around for the Queen Bee.
Like I said, the Puppeteer drawback really taken into effect right there. Had he been a regular survivor, he still would have been chipped, but like still, had he been a regular survivor, double healed would have been way more efficient than just having one chip. No, not at all.
It's just,
like I said, the decision right there. Yeah, the decision right there not really panning out well for them at all. Yeah, I don't agree with.
Like, I'm surprised by the decision. I'm surprised that the Inquiry committed her abilities. Because I'm assuming if they're going to do a second rescue, they're telling her don't commit your abilities because you're anyway going to get rescued second. And then she committed it anyway. So now it's like, okay, well now that's fine. It wasn't even that great to rescue her to begin with anyway a second time, but they did anyway. Like, whether or not she had her abilities up, honestly, wouldn't have been great to rescue there. So it's fine that she uses her abilities because I don't think you should rescue there anyway. They go for it anyway. And I've been seeing so many times where people just go for these rescues,
not making the right call. It happens.
Like, it's fine. It's fine to do if your ciphers are up and the hunter's not going to have much time to capitalize on the damage in the first place or, like, cheer on people's ciphers. As long as you just, like, split up and, like, not get found. Obviously, that's, like, more scary as a survivor to not get found and relying on that. But, man, I'm shocked. I'm shocked that it seems like people are forgetting that not rescuing is an option. Like, just not doing the rescue is an option. Forcing a hunter to sit by the chair.
Not rescuing was so powerful. We got bomb buffed because of it.
Yeah. Not rescuing was such a good move. I mean, especially there, not rescuing means Queen Bee doesn't get her energy. That means that she's not going to have an easy way to travel to people, which means that her chase is going to get slowed down. I only see good things here. And what do you lose out of it? You lost the free 20 seconds. Listen. The extra 20 seconds is instantly beat out alone by the fact that you gave her the full energy to just make up that she chaired in the corner. Oh yeah, free 20 seconds of Tide and chairing in the corner. This is so good. Brother, we are not in the Sculptor meta. She just immediately goes right back to where she came from.
She's not slow.
In just a matter of like 7 seconds, instantly back on Puppeteer and Shaq. So that was not a worthwhile exchange at all. Not a worthwhile exchange at all.
Yeah, not at all.
Maybe
and
the old meta, we could get away with it. Not anymore. Not anymore.
Not anymore.
They instantly build off the damage.
And not only that, Psyche, it's also worth noting that what do you lose? You lose the 20 seconds, but remember, you still get that chair timer. You still get the chair time to work it out, to get your bearings together, to heal. That chair timer will buy you time to get that reset, that really, really important reset and to reposition. Because when you see that chair timer, that's not the time to greed the ciphers if you need to heal to play the mid game. No, now you need to get ready to set up to make that next chase as long as possible. So the only person doing the cipher should be the one in the safe location, and the other survivors should be either healing each other, getting that heal going. Because remember, you get that chair timer. That doesn't just go away magically. You still get time, just not as much as you would have had with the Tide Turner. But again, essentially, it wasn't free. Trading the health right there would not be worth it. And I think that's what did the survivors in.
Well, someone has to give tinnitus, though, Mickey.
Yeah, that too.
Okay, so if you're saying the other two should heal, then no one is decoding. What I think you mean to say is you can take the decode a little bit, and then when the chair's like getting like 80% or 75, then get off. Because that's the time where Hunter's only chances to look at the cyber machines. That's when they want you to decode them the most.
It's hard to describe.
If you're in the middle of like healing in the corner,
for sure.
It's unlikely that you get found. Plus, again, not giving the rescue means not necessarily getting full energy right there, as long as the Puppeteer doesn't get found.
Because she didn't have that much energy, right? Before the rescue?
No, she only had like 26. That's not enough to go very far. It's a decent distance, don't get me wrong, but it's not going to get you across the map.
She can still make it a middle from there. Yeah. With 26, but yeah, honestly, yeah, the survivors just not really considering all of their options right there. Just
yeah, I would definitely say that. Definitely not considering the option of not rescuing. Sometimes no play is the best play you can make.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, we're going to be seeing here now the L5 survivors coming in. And again, this is kind of what I'm talking about, Mickey. You see these triple tides here. You put borrow time on only the safest rescue, and then everyone else runs a kiting ability and tide. So that way you can... That way, no matter who the Hunter chases, except the Puppeteer, of course, anyone the Hunter chases will have kiting abilities. And then whoever doesn't get chased will have a rescue ability. So no matter if you chase Puppet, Arrow, or whoever the third skipologist, they have kiting abilities except Puppet. But out of the three people, you can only chase one of them. So there's always going to be guaranteed 2 tides. So that's the strategy here. But that's depending on the kite being long enough to make that work.
And especially because they only need one survivor out here. Jin is gonna be on the back foot. Looks like he's hovering over the escapologist here. Escapologist popping the ability, but as you can see from his animation, Jin has already locked him down his location with the bees. And yeah, we're gonna see how long this escapologist can kite. The ability gonna get summed out here for the speed boost, I assume. He did drop it around the pallet areas, which is where he would transition towards anyway. So I do agree with how he used this ability. It's not going to get him really far away, but it's going to keep him away from Queen Bee, which is what's most important.
What's really nice about that use is that you're able to see the Hunter while inside the fog. So that's another advantage of using it. Oh, immediately running out into the Hunter, so it's very easy to see where he went. Essentially puts that fog to waste, basically. At the very least, makes it so that he can't get instantly shot in basic hit because of the fog being in the way.
He's near a Cypher, Psyche. Like, really close.
Oh! No ballsing it right through the pallet.
Disrespect!
The disrespect on Jin's part right here, and now going to chair on top of a Cypher machine. This is extremely good value. No one can save him either except the Enchantress, and that is not the Enchantress right there. So that's going to be a free chair on top of the Cypher. Doesn't get much more free than this as a Hunter.
No, yeah, free eats. Nom 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 goes Jin. And here comes the chair move from the escapologist. And he's gonna be going after the aeroplanist right here. We're gonna put on a lot of pressure with the ability. Nice flywheel from Shmao right here. Shmao absolutely flywheeling that ability. And yeah, it looks like he's gonna get a nice clean rescue here. Not gonna be the double down, but is gonna get a physical hit here. Pretty important physical hit. And Jin doesn't really lose much because Moming, no abilities left, can't really boost himself, block himself with the durable. So Jin has already calculated this, and he's probably gonna down him a little close to the Tide Turner ending, especially with the blink right there. So Jin losing nothing to get a physical hit on the aeroplanist. Very good decision here.
One second, Mickey. 1 second. The reason that hit that airplane is hit, by the way, in case some of you guys don't realize how important that was to get that. Now he has full presence. If he didn't get the hit on the airplanes with the basic hit, he would not be full presence range right now. Now, if no one chooses to rescue, he has that full presence option and a pretty respectable amount of energy with it too. That's the idea there. If he didn't get the hit on the airplanes, this mid game would be a lot weaker. Now it's essentially like kind of forcing the survivors to make a move. Otherwise, he easily catches up to survivors. Kind of like breaking.
And as you can see here, yep, the move is being made by Chen. Chen gonna go for the rescue here. Gonna force that 20 seconds out, and honestly, not losing much for it. It's like he said, there's only one chip. I like one chip.
On top of that, he actually used the puppet too late. He used the puppet right after the chip hit on top of that. Oh, no, he did. No, because then he would be half if that happened. No, so he did use it on time. He did use it on time. So yeah, unlike last game where the puppeteer used a lot of health. In fact, all his health to make the rescue.
Low-key spamming, right? Low-key spamming it a bit.
This one, on the other hand, didn't cost that much. Still 2 more uses. And looking at the ciphers, definitely was more worthwhile to go for the rescue here than last game. It's a lot easier to pressure as a survivors team to just take the kite away from the ciphers when there's only 1 cipher remaining.
Look at Jin locking down the location of the puppeteer. He didn't even get one-hit on him. I think he got one-hit on one of the other 2 survivors.
I mean, so choosing to chase here is interesting because he's not actually chasing anyone on a cipher machine in this vicinity. There's no way he's going to be able to kill Chen here quickly or make him get chased on top of a cipher machine. Both of those options are out. So I guess the best chance he has here, I wonder if he's not even going to chair here. I think he is.
The play here probably is that he wants to get him far away from survivors so that he could like have time to stuff. But like you said, he had to consider the fact that they have plenty of time to rotate in for the rescue. And as you can see, tonight's being prompted.
That's definitely not worth the cost of giving them so much free decode during that chase.
Not at all.
They also give them time to reset.
Oh, and Unicorn here is actually going to be pressured by Jin, and he has these pallets to work with. On the Enchantress is Unicorn eating the chip. What's up?
I thought he missed the chip there, but nonetheless, keep going.
Nah, eating the chip right there is Unicorn, and the drop actually going to mean that Jin has plenty of time. The tree kite, bro. Drop has plenty of time to happen here. The self-heal going to be popped off from Chen, so Unicorn probably going to be the one to actually see the rocket chair. I can see the reasoning from Jin here. Not only are you burning self-heal,
is not hitting these guaranteed hits off with the full presence, messing them up back to back.
Not, man.
They're just going to quickly do the cipher right here at Moongate now. Either that or they're going to heal. Their call here. It looks like they're going to heal here to be super safe.
At least one for Chen, so he can come in to rescue should they need to. But yeah, as you can see here, Dow 5 actually doing pretty well with the teamwork. I like how Unicorn did buy enough time for Chen to get up and made the option and forced Jin honestly to teleport because he was worried about the progress right here. That cipher was probably shaken quite vigorously by then. So yeah, I can see why Jin decided to go for the teleport under pressure. But the call is made on an 83 cipher, so honestly the value is pretty good there. And there's the guaranteed hit right there from Jin, and he's gonna chair on over at this cornered cipher. However, the last other cipher, the backup, 50 and rising right now. So survivors kind of chilling right now.
Man, the fact that he did not knock down the Enchantress there means that now they were able to get a heal off. Now any damage that happens on the puppeteer will result in Enchantress being stronger here end game as well. It's just overall really awkward for Jin here that he didn't manage to get the knockdown because it just means time spent healing is faster than followed up by time spent decoding. And now that server's going to be almost primed, but no borrowed time. This is the problem of running triple no borrowed time
means why the airplanist is going to pop the abilities. But here's the bigger problem, Psyche.
Dude, but this pup is in the corner. He's still stuck in there.
But remember, they only need 1 out to win this round.
Gonna try to body block here. Doesn't get it off, unfortunately. Gonna walk right through. And does not get the pal stun though. He's still alive. Okay, and he's just gonna throw him normally.
These pallets, man.
Interesting that he didn't go for the pal stun here because he's not gonna survive really without it unless he hits the puppet. Okay. All right, why not? Crazy. Good work right there.
The teleport comes off. Will Chen make it to the chair? I don't think so. Yeah.
Also, that Enchantress stun. He made it to the chair and the Enchantress stun. Everything is going right now wrong for Jin. He's losing every single little interaction.
And the flywheel unicorn.
Every single tiny interaction is going south for him right here. The vault on the pallet instantly got stunned, prevented it, and then another stun, and then the flywheel keeping him alive. The barely rescued chair right there. Okay, but look at this. Stopping the puppets here from coming in.
Unicorn does have self-heal though. Unicorn with the self-heal. Important to note.
But it's not gonna be fast enough though. It's not gonna be fast enough. And Ginger takes too long to heal.
And Shmeow's gonna be in the gate right there. Probably not gonna go over to heal Chan. Much too risky. Probably just accept your one man and the fact that you won the round. Honestly, is what I would do here. And looks like that's what's gonna happen.
Did he really though? Because his survivor team got 4 killed. I guess it won't put him as far behind, but that's still gonna take 2 more wins to like bring a comeback here, which is insane.
No. Remember, GR survivors got 4 killed, so Dow5 wins the round with 1 survivor out.
What I meant is, that's what I meant. Did I flip it? I know that Dow5.
I think you did. I think you did.
GR got 4 killed. Yeah. I think I might have said Dow5.
Yes.
I meant GR.
Yeah.
So Jin's 3-man kill here, though normally really good, is not that amazing because of the fact that his survivor team ended up getting 4 killed there. So not that amazing, all things considered, when you look at it in the perspective of what just happened in this matchup. Very
score is going to be 3-6.
Again, pretty solid there. Got a little bit sketchy with the airplanist. Definitely no borrow time. Definitely killed any chance of a tie right there.
Teleport away from the chair. He thought that he wouldn't make that rescue, but Puppeteer, that speed boost just really coming in clutch right there. Like, he made that rescue. He thought that the teleport would mean that he goes to the gate and there is no rescue that happens there, but that is not in fact what happened. They got the rescue, the crucial rescue. The survivors did end up getting their one man out the gate. Jin, a little bit of miscalculation here that we're seeing, and like, oh my goodness, you know, it's really coming into effect here. GR, I know that you guys are number 1 right now in the tournament, and I know that these are number 10, and you're feeling nice and confident against them, but man, you guys gotta lock it in. I'm not gonna lie. First, your survivors make the wrong call to rescue a second time, and now your hunter is teleporting a little too early, letting a rescue happen in front of him and stuff like that. Yeah, man, like, you guys gotta dial it down, man. Yeah, Dow5 could very well be taking this set if you guys just play a little bit belligerently. You know, you gotta be more on top of it. But GR fully capable of doing so. Maybe
I love a little bit of a hiccup. Belittle them entirely right here, and then at the end, oh, by the way, I know you guys can do it.
I'm just saying. Okay, here come the highlights. But like I said, I'm just saying, dude. It's not like GR to not be like super calculated. Both survivor and hunter, especially Jin. You know, Jin in contender for number 100 right now, and you know, this is not the gameplay that I would see from a number 100 Psyche. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh yeah, I think the breaker might have been turned off right there, unfortunately, so his power level got straight reduced.
The breaker.
Yeah, the breaker got turned off.
No way, bro! Dropped a Phasmophobia reference right here.
We're gonna see Jin right here barely get cut out by the Enchantress. Every second really counting there because as a result they were able to get a 1-person escape just going straight for the gate. Would have otherwise normally a risky play.
I knew exactly what you were putting down, buddy. I was like, oh my god, he referenced that.
Ended up being
that game
very
is in
good.
Such a sad condition right now.
Oh yeah, Phasmophobia is unfortunately a little bit cooked right now.
Low-key dying. Like, I know a lot of content creators don't even enjoy playing the game right now.
Yeah, I haven't touched the game ever since the update. I haven't played a lot of Phasm before the updates either, to be fair. But I at least think about it. I'm like, oh, Phasm was a cool game. I should play it sometime again. I'm now looking at Phasm right now and being like, oh man, I really want to play this super polished, good-looking game. Phasm will never look like an amazing game, to be fair. And I don't understand how you hire this many people on your dev team and your game actually ends up looking worse than the old game with no animation.
It looks like they were in alpha again.
Like, honestly, it makes me feel like we're in a generation of games where it's like, Phasmophobia makes me feel like, oh, we can't expect too much, right, guys? And then you jump onto something like Dark Souls, right? And completely forget about this idea of like, oh, animation is too hard because it's like perfect. It's too realistic, right?
Or even a smaller example, Slay the Spire 2.
Like, really
Fantastic
good animation.
Game. Yeah, really good animation.
Like, I don't know how they messed it up this bad when there's barely any animations in the game in the first place when everything is first person. All right. And somehow
maybe they're cutting costs over. I know Insomniac's not like the biggest studio, so maybe they're like cutting down on costs. But like, you can't really afford to do that when your game doesn't look good. You know, and it's virtually unplayable right now. Like, a lot of people are complaining about the bugs, how buggy it is. People are making memes like this video ends when a bug happens and it ends in like a second. Like, there's stuff like that, you know? Like, your game is in trouble. Insomniac, you gotta respond, man. That's all I'm saying.
I'm pretty sure it's not Insomniac, Mickey. Insomniac might be the publisher, but that's not the dev team. Kinetic Games is the dev team.
Oh, it's Kinetic?
It's Kinetic Games, yeah. It's not Insomniac.
Okay,
I've never heard of Insomniac.
Okay, gotcha. It's Kinetic Games.
Yeah, so...
Wait, I think I'm thinking of a whole different company.
Yeah, so... Anyway, animations in that game are real awful right now. I don't know, again, I don't know how we're in 2026 and your animations still look that bad. On the one hand, I want to forgive them and say like, oh, it's not that bad. They're still working it out, guys. Then how come all these other games are getting the animations like perfectly done? You look at any other ghost hunting game and their animations are so spot on, makes me like realize like, wait a second, didn't we just have a god-awful update from Phasmo and I just forgave them for it? It makes me reconsider.
But Phasmo was the ghost hunting game. It put ghost hunting games on the map.
It's kind of funny because I've been seeing some YouTubers actually do other ghost hunting games because Phasmophobia has been down the sink so bad that I've actually been seeing people like play like what was the most recently played game I watched? It's like I think it was called Ghost Watchers, which is like a super realistic looking game that is like Phasmophobia. That's not a good sign when people are looking at options like that. Other options, yeah, they're giving up on your game. And that'll be a shame because Phasmo, like I said, put ghost hunting games kind of on the map. It made that genre kind of pop. It may have not been the first, but you can admit, Psyche, Phasmo made that genre become appealing to a lot of people. Yeah, definitely. There were a lot of copies after it. After all those all those very Phasmophobia like games only exist because of the fact that Phasmophobia came out before it. So really kind of ironic that that's the way it went. No, yeah, man. And the direction of gaming too, with things coming out that are really crazy. Like, you don't even have to like have the craziest graphics or anything either. Like, Psyche, you love Balatro, right? Yep. Would you say that game's like graphically impressive? I mean, brother, it's a card game. It's literally poker. Yeah. It's poker. It's simple. But it's a good game because fundamentally, okay, but the art is actually pretty good. The art is very good. You'd be surprised how many places art shows up in. Art is actually very good in that game. I do love that buffoon pack art. The buffoon pack art. The buffoon pack. And just the name. But going over to zoom over to hopefully not a bunch of buffoons is the player cams right here. IVL, as you can see, happening over. And yeah, honestly, really surprising first round result in my opinion, because I just really expected to see a lot more from GR because they do have the pretty much #1 hunter, maybe only second to Bailu on there, which is Jin. But I don't know, they seem kind of complacent with the gameplay at the moment. I'm just really hoping that that's not the theme for this set. I hope they level it up and yeah, realize that they should close out the set and that Dow 5 is not free. And good job from Dow 5, honestly, putting work against the #1 team currently, not being discouraged by any means, just trying their best to get out there and be clean. But looks like we're gonna see the GR survivors first, and that's gonna be a repeat basically of round 1 in terms of like who plays what faction first.
So yeah, we're gonna hope to see them shape it up a bit, in my opinion. Just no easy way to say it. Just you really need to see them shape it up a bit. And air conditioning getting thrown in. All right, I already can see some shape up happening. AC is in, and not in my house. It's really hot right now.
There we go, swapping in a survivor here. Hopefully this swap will improve the gameplay a little bit. Maybe it was just like a bad mindset. Definitely happens. So that's what you have subs for. Maybe someone's just not thinking the best, not in the clearest mindset, having a bad day. Kind of swapping someone else, and hopefully it ends up working out. It really, again, a lot of things could have gone better that match for sure. I mean, on top of that, brother, at the very least, they used wilding, so they still have other good rescuer options here in rounds 2 and round 3. Unless Hunter chooses to just permanently keep banning 2 rescuers at the start of the matchup over and over and over again, which I guess totally could happen, but there's a lot of, again, there's still good options here. They still got that mercenary. Skipologist is technically on the table, but not as good anymore because of Queen Bee already being used. So not as much value here. Still can be fine, especially moving chairs away from Cypher machines is nice. So who knows? There is like when he's not the chase target, there's a lot of like what's it called? Versatility to be used with the chair moving ability. It's actually quite decent, as long as it's not a basement chair.
Sure. Psyche, also worth noting, I don't believe that GR used like their best survivor like player roster yet. Yeah, I saw in the back they still have Heart, AC. Those 2 are really good. So I don't know. It didn't look like they started with their strongest roster. Just like test the waters maybe and see how the subs would be performing. But looks like they're gonna tag them in right now. I don't know if Heart's tagged in. Psyche, can you sub in more than 1 survivor at a time?
I don't think so. I don't think you can sub in more than 1 survivor at a time. Okay. I really don't see why you wouldn't want to put your best players at the start of the match, Mickey.
I know. Usually you see Heart and stuff, but like Heart's like a seasoned veteran, and AC, he's probably GR's best survivor right now. So I'm really surprised I didn't see either of them in round 1 on Leo's memory. Maybe they don't like Leo's memory, man. I hate the snow too.
Yeah,
I'm from Texas. I don't like snow.
A little bit weird. Again, I'm not really sure why not, but if what you're saying is true, then yeah, I would definitely want to put my best survivors on my first round. Come on.
Yeah, I would rather put my first survivor.
Unless like my best survivors can't play a certain survivor. I don't know.
On a certain map, like a map niche. But we didn't even see map niche to Psyche.
Maybe you're like you have like a niche survivor you want to use in round 1 before there's more survivor bans where it's more affordable to ban those niche survivors. Yeah. Again, but we didn't even see anything like really that niche. Like the nichest thing we saw was Wildling, which was done against their will.
Yeah, honestly, it was forced out of them. It's not like they said that they wanted to play Wild. They banned the rescuer. It's like, where are you gonna go, mercenary against Queen Bee? Like that doesn't really work out because his value gets to like taken away if she just chips him. There you go. You lose your time of getting hit and going down. So it's like, you know, it's things like that to note why Wildling was the pick there. Forced out of them essentially. Mercenary, no, wouldn't have been not that really good. Weeping Clown, like need I say more, probably just dies to her because how slow like it can. Ironically, he's meant to be fast and covers distance, but like he's too slow against Queen Bee. Weeping Clown, that is. So it really wouldn't work out if they picked him. But it looks like it's gonna be Moonlit River Park, Psyche. We were pretty deep into that Phasma rant. Didn't see the map pick, but I do believe that Dow 5 picked it because the first map was picked by GR.
Yeah, so then Dow 5
yeah, Mercenary this time. Great pick. Queen Bee's out the way.
Also, it is a big map here, so it's nice to have the extra mobility of a Mercenary since it's more necessary on a map like this. Though I don't think it's necessary to say it gets more value. Being able to move around the map quicker is more value here, especially on a map where it's also more likely to get found from far. It can be definitely very critical to boost past the Hunter.
Yeah, we're gonna see the Patient here. Gonna be a really good Moonlit pick. Like I said, if you're not picking Patient on Moonlit, you are missing out on a lot of kite time. because he is not only pretty easy to use here, but man, what he does, like his game plan is just so efficient. He gets the little gets elevation gimmicks. He gets on one side where the roller coaster is blocking, dividing you and the hunter from each other. So yeah, with these in mind, just Patient just being such a really good pick here. Like,
what do you
I
mean
really
by
don't
roller
see-
coaster blocking them? Do you mean the tracks or the roller coaster itself?
the tracks.
Yeah, okay, that makes more sense because if it was the roller coaster, they can easily go on the other side. They have no cooldown.
Yeah, I was about to say roller coaster, you just jump in on it, but like, yeah. But yeah, Suda here gonna be the sub in as well. Dow 5's hunter that we first saw with the excellent 4K performance was MHXM. So now we're gonna see Soda attacking
Soda!
here.
They're going in, guys.
Yep, that's like he likes to say. Soda going in. Now I won Soda. Thanks a lot, Psyche.
No problem, Miki. So,
All right. So, take it away.
oh, we have an interesting pick here, Opera Singer, on a map like Moonlit. There's a lot of places where you don't have amazing places to dash on. Moonlit is a more open map. Especially the bridges can be very annoying to navigate over as Moonlit. But we are seeing more people spawn bottom right, God Corner. That way they immediately go chase 2 stars. I have a feeling we're going to see that, and that does lead to a very good first chase. So I'm expecting that to happen. Okay, this is totally acceptable as well. Either of these spawns, usually we will see Opera spawn this somewhere on the right side of the map is the point. Because they can corner Siriron very quickly, whether that be forcing the Matador to go to the window and then he'd be vaulting into the shadows that Opera leaves behind, or corner the Psychologist very quickly and force her to quickly use the roller coaster. Though still not great because roller coaster does just waste a lot of time no matter what you do.
No, yeah, roller coaster still being absolutely broken. They touched a lot of things on Moonlit Psyche, but they didn't address the obvious elephant in the room. And that elephant has wheels and 4 seats. Freaking roller coaster. Oh my god. Let me tell y'all. Against a hunter with no mobility, a pressed coaster is GG for the most part. If you don't have warp, if you don't have anything like to get you across the bridge, if you're not Geisha, you're not Lizard, if you're not any of those hunters, any of the S-tier hunter, Goatman or anything, it's GG. Like if you're Ann, you're cooked. Like what does Ann do? You get the hit and your warp is gone and they coaster stops pressed. What does Ann do? She loses her target. I don't know if she loses the game, but she loses her target. Like coaster not addressed, but addressing the point lead right here is going to be Suda, and hopefully looking to lengthen it. And yeah, Dow 5 in the lead currently, so Suda in a good position here, but gonna corner the Psychologist over at the first stop. 3 hits to work here, so AC, air conditioning, got plenty to do here. And it looks like he's got to take a hit, take the coaster, and we will see if it matters or if Suda is going to switch targets, which is also an option. Opera, you are very, very fast. And air conditioning gonna get the coaster pressed by 0 right here, which is the Mercenary. So yeah, Mercenary taking a safe position, coding a very safe survivor right now as well on the Patient. So yeah, Psychologist gonna continue the kite over here. And is that a missed dash?
It is a missed dash, yes. So that's
dash.
going to cost him 9 seconds of basically doing nothing just now. This is pre-buffed Moonlit right here, so we're not going to see this pallet going around here getting used at all. Imagine how good the pallet would have been right here. I'm just imagining.
Oh, the value would have been really
it would have
good,
been
especially
really
'cause she
nice
missed
here.
dash.
Would have immediately forced an answer, but no. Now we're seeing a hit because of the lack of the change. Are we going to see AC
But
get
yeah,
mind game here? No, he's going to go around the window side. It's going to force the Opera to use the blink or break the pallet, opting to use the blink here.
Now
And that is going to be a pretty decent chase. The other 2 ciphers are up, but Mercenary, because of the amount of time he had to press
because of the
button,
help. Because of the help.
he had to press it, and on top of that, he still couldn't decode because Opera Singer passed by. So those things together means that the 3rd cipher is actually very far behind. On top of that, he's not positioning
Getting
for a
pressured
rescue.
by the Opera
Yeah,
too. Yeah.
At this point, it's
And,
pretty obvious someone else is rescuing, judging by his movement and where he's running to.
Exactly. And coding here is going to take a hit for the rescue. But Psyche, another important thing to note, that bridge cipher, not there anymore. The cipher is going to be by like a pallet.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
I'm
you're
putting it
right.
right,
So it'd
by
be
a
easier
pallet.
to like sit at like the window pallet area and not be as far from the cipher that way. Because right now you kind of have to sit behind the river in the Mercenary's case in order to be mostly safe. Not even that impressively safe. They could still totally chase you.
No,
But
yeah.
at least you'll have a decent start.
But you'll have resources next to you too.
Yeah, the only issue
so
is
you
it
won't
just
have to
takes
use
so
up elbow
long.
pads right away.
Yeah, it just takes so long to walk to the cipher is the issue afterwards after they finish passing by.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so Psyche Dart, if you guys don't know, Psyche Dart talk about the recent changes made to Moonlit River Park on the patch notes, and it's just they're really good changes in my opinion. Some of them a little too much, like the box separation, what the heck. But like I like the kiting areas they added in, but not addressing the coaster was surprising to me as well. But I guess the kiting areas is going to be a little bandage to the scar. But I don't know, maybe it could work out. But here it is going to be working out that 20 seconds and calling it a day. Last cipher is not started, Psyche. That's something to note. And because of the Mercenary's early assistance, his original cipher has not been popped yet. So the ciphers are looking a little behind. However, we're going to see what the servers choose to do. We have 2 healing here and 1 decoding. And yeah, the trait is going to be a factor. So one can only hope that the 1 decoding is the Matador. And it is, actually. But he's about to finish the cipher. Will he finish it on time?
He did not finish the cipher on time.
Does not finish the cipher on time. But I think the teleport here from Suda was to stuff out the heal. And it looks like it worked out by the Mercenary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right here. Now the Mercenary is going to get chased. Going to this 2 powder. That is pretty good, but he doesn't have time to actually set up the double pallet drop. Now with these clones to work out, making it really rough for him. Tukai here needs to use another elbow pad here. But now he's just trapped here. Oh, but the Opera missed the dash here. This is his chance to survive here. Oh my god, he hit the pallet stun.
And the stun. Oh my gosh. Good patience and good pallet play from Zero. Right here, taking 0 hits.
Basically
Zero,
resetting himself with that stun because she has to break the other pallet too. It's already set up for him.
He used that stun and he went over to this area, which would have been impossible without a pallet stun. At that moment, that there are times where you need a pallet stun. I'm pretty sure that was one of them.
Mm-hmm. And now Suda was seeing that the Mercenary is dying in the corner, not really going to make it really worthwhile to chair, especially because he already used the corner chair. It would take a long time.
He's on the next survivor already. He's on the patient coding.
But it's not good that he found the patient because patient's not doing anything. Patient is not decoding the last cipher machine, and he doesn't have any way to stop it. So patient is not really a good find there. Just going to take his singular chair and hopefully get a hook out of the patient maybe. But no, he's already going to rescue. And like I said, no chair here because he already used it. He has to walk all the way around, which basically guarantees that patient's going to just rescue immediately.
And the ciphers were pretty far away, so like you said, I now agree with you. Yeah, that patient's not really a big find there because the cipher's far in anyway. You're not really going to stuff a patient. You know?
I mean, he could totally, the patient could totally run to the other gate right here. Oh, waiting on the pop here. I think we'll see a pop here. Surely we'll see
from the next hit on the patient.
You think on the next
hit on the patient?
Yeah, on the next hit. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Good play right here. The only issue with that play is now there's Shadow Realms in the way. There's Shadow Clones in the way. Now it doesn't set him up for a good hook. I think the idea was good there. I think he just ran in the wrong direction, to be completely honest.
Ooh, nice hook. Gets him to this pallet right here. I like the lineup here from Coding right here. And a lot of pressure being put on in this pallet play, but Coding gonna vault and get killed by Suda. And looks like the gate progress will be ceased right here. Probably playing around teleport. Yeah, playing around teleport is going to be the survivors right here. But the gates are going to be open, and down 5 Suda is going to tie. A lot cleaner here from the GR survivor, Psyche.
That's the scary thing about Moonlit is because of how much time it takes for whoever rescued or whoever came from the chair to go to the other gate across the map. It really gives the hunter an opportunity to teleport there. And even though he didn't kill anyone, you saw that the survivors were well aware that it could happen there and it could lead to their demise if they're
and they were playing around it.
Yeah, so making sure that they get off the gate so it's not like Suda can just dash and immediately kill that first survivor on the gate and then use his ability back to pick up the survivor he just knocked down, which would be the patient. So just playing around that little stuff. Moonlit is one of the most annoying maps for like trump card teleport swap because of that, because of the fact that you chair on one side, you're essentially forcing the stars to go on the other side, and now just like that, you're in a very annoying spot as a survivor where it's like, now what do you do? Like, we might see a random teleport, we might see the teleport before the pickup. There's a lot of opportunities to like cut someone off before you're able to do what you want to survivor, which is escape out the gate, obviously.
And the hunter essentially gets to do that for free, Psyche. If the chase before pop happened on one side entirely, like really far away, and it's like quick and it's the chair, you essentially force the survivors into that 50-50, into that will he, won't he teleport. right? And that's going to be what really makes Moonlit so dangerous in that situation. And it doesn't get the same benefit as Lakeside. I know earlier I mentioned in the earlier set that Lakeside has the benefit where you force the hunter to commit, but Lakeside is not so divided by a big old river.
Oh yeah,
and
it just makes you take longer to get to the gate too because of that. Because you have to take more of a like walking around the river route.
And I do believe Lakeside's bigger, right? Even though they're both big maps, I do believe Lakeside's bigger.
Lakeside is bigger, yes. Definitely bigger in terms of width. Very wide map from one side to the other. The widest in the game right now. To go from one chair like that at first stop to all the way to the other gate takes a long time.
Yeah, like I said earlier, so the same benefit you would have from Lakeside forcing out teleport does not apply to Moonlit River Park because of the choke points, just because of how easy it is to get to and how long the survivors have to walk around because they have to cross specifically
it's
that
also
bridge.
Way easier to see survivors as opposed to something
so
like
much
Lakeside.
easier. There's a lot less clutter in the way.
It's darker. There's the cornfield in the way. There's Big Rock in the way on the other gate. There's the pallet areas in the middle, trees in the way. Like Moonlit, it's very flat. There's no real trees in the way. Even the objects that exist, like Working Carousel and Broken Carousel, you can see through those. So it ends up being a lot easier to kind of pinpoint where a survivor is going from gate to gate. And you very often you'll see a survivor from like third stop all the way going to first stop. Like you'll see their shadow all the way at first stop from third stop, which is like a huge
and then if you're
distance.
playing any type of mobility hunter, you benefit from it automatically.
Yeah. But mostly it's the fact that you can see when they're approaching the gate and just teleport right before they get inside of it. That's one of the scariest things. Not that he could do it right there, but again, it's just the distance it takes to travel to the gate is what's really killing them. It could really just throw them off. What a cute dog.
Absolutely. Oh, it's a Shiba, I believe. Shiba is very popular in usually Japan, but we are seeing it here in China. I do love these little cute plushies. Now that's some merch I can get behind, Psyche. No whiteboards, no pieces of paper, just good old plushies. Real nice, huggable plushies. Do you own a lot of plushies, Psyche?
I don't really own plushies, no. We used to have a lot of like Super Mario plushies. We had Mario, Luigi, Bowser, Boo, Goomba. A lot of others. Now none of them exist. I don't know what happened with them. Maybe my mom threw them out. I have no idea.
There was also the one you had. I will not put you on blast, but that one raccoon plushie you had.
Yeah,
you really liked.
I still have the Goomba, by the way. He's just missing his eyebrows now. He doesn't have his eyebrows.
What happened to his eyebrows?
I don't know. I guess over time the eyebrows peeled off or something like that.
Did you throw them in the dryer?
No. It's just over time because we were kids. Mickey, we were kids, brother.
Oh yeah, you're just playing wear and tear. You know, I have some of my oldest plushies, and they don't look good. One of them is full of holes.
It's the only one that survived, Goomba. I don't really know why Goomba survived over something like Mario or Luigi. I would assume that my mom would know those better. But somehow, in the end, what is the one plushie we had left over from the Mario series of plushies? Goomba. It was Goomba. Goomba. I guess Goomba is pretty classic, to be fair, but I don't think she knows Goomba.
Hey man, Goomba never died, bro. Goomba's in every game, and when you stomp on him, bro, he just keeps coming back. He respawns on the side, you know, in Super Mario. Like, yeah, Goomba just comes back, bro. Goomba always comes back. I always come back.
Yeah, he does always come back.
Yeah, he was the one doing it before Afton. It was Goomba. Not killing kids, coming back. Just to be clear.
Goomba, I mean, he did kill kids. He did kill kids. They couldn't jump over Goomba, so they killed him. It was probably the first enemy they died to. So he definitely did kill kids.
No, but are Mario and Luigi kids, though?
Well, the people playing Mario and Luigi, most of them were kids.
Oh. So but we count that as like...
I don't think Goomba's gonna kill any adult who has half a brain.
Goomba's the easiest projectile. It's gonna be like the surrounding stuff. Do you know what Mario Kaizo is, bro? People have taken Mario to such an extreme level, and it's like crazy. But speaking of taking things to an extreme level, Jin right here, taking Hunter,
Bro,
pushing
Mickey,
its limits.
your pimple makes me think that there's like something that's stuck to my screen. It makes me instinctively want to like scrape it off.
Bro, literally, leave me be.
Like I see it, I'm like, what is this like weird gray spot on my screen? Let me try to wipe it out. Oh wait, that's Mickey's board.
Oh my god, I will put a band-aid on it if you don't shut the freak up. But literally, I didn't agree to commentate yesterday because it was bigger. It was bigger yesterday.
Oh my god, brother.
I managed to mitigate it, bro. Now it only looks kind of large.
Now it only looks like a spot on my screen. I want to keep stripping up.
And bear in mind, I have to commentate tomorrow for Smash Bros. Okay, so I'm gonna be in screen. This thing is getting more screen time than I would like it to.
You gotta get some salicylic acid on them, man.
Brother, I have anti-pimple cream, bro, but it dries out my skin. So I've been moisturizing recently. My sister put me on. She said, "Do you moisturize?" And I was like,
"That's gonna take about 6 months to see the effects, so you better stay on that. You don't expect anything anytime soon."
My skin isn't dry usually, but like, wait, why is it gonna take 6 months?
Because it takes many weeks for the different layers on your skill to the different layers of your skin to exfoliate, so that the next layer can come on, right? Because your skin is really just multiple layers of dead skin cells already. They're already dead technically. That's the way it functions. But the skin on your face, there's multiple layers of it, right? And so when you're adding skin
dermis, the epidermis,
they're only gonna affect the alive cells, okay? Mostly the ones down deep down. I mean, it could affect like the skin cells deeper down, but the point is, it's not gonna do any immediate changes. These changes take time.
Okay, I got it. It's like going to the gym. You don't really see anything change till like a year. I think that one's a little longer, like a year.
Yeah. Anyway, Archer here is going to be picked here. First officer, meteorologist, sincere. Pretty good survivors here. Archer is very good. Meteorologist, of course, also very good.
No attempt at a transition from you, bro. You didn't even say, but working out the details are gonna be the Dow 5 survivors going into like this round, you know, working out gym, you know, transitions, bro. You gotta.
Yeah, I'm not about being cheesy. We're missing out. I'm very well aware that we're not commenting about the things we should commentate about. I'm not gonna do a cheesy transition when I'm already late on it.
That's fair. It's fair.
Archer is a great harasser here. First officer, great rescue. I mean, what can you say? Of course, also banning Hula Blue here on a map like Moonlit, and I think Jin has done very well with Hula Blue in the past in this tournament, from what I remember. He was getting a lot of double hits, a lot of triple hits, even on something like Psychologist, and still managing to capitalize a hit very quickly on the person they rescue.
And Hula Blue, like you said, Psyche, the river does not pose a problem for him.
No,
it's even more efficient than like. Yeah, it's an advantage. That river is his river. And honestly, the home field advantage, not usually Goatman coming into play. But yeah, banning Hula Blue means you're gonna see the Goatman guaranteed, pretty much, honestly. No amount of comp could really dissuade Jin from picking Goatman right here. And yeah, you're gonna see this come into play. I fully expected Goatman once I saw the Hula Blue ban, because it leaves it open. So Moonlit, honestly, probably the GR pick in my opinion, because Jin able to play the big four at such a high level, and his Hula Blue is so scary.
Will Jin
that they
complete
chose to
the line spawning in the bottom left? No. Boring. Why not?
Would it have benefited him?
It's fun.
He's not here to have fun. He's here to get a paycheck.
So he's gonna spawn right above 2-story here. Actually, it's kind of funny because 2-story doesn't really count as like a building in the way. The only downside of 2-story is like you can't see exactly what the survivor is, but the survivor is gonna be too scared to decode the cipher anyway, because of the fact that you could just at any point cage inside of there and kill them.
On top of them.
I mean, Gomez generally play patient anyway though, but I mean, there's a lot of options here for him. A lot of people he can chase to left, to right, to middle, right in front of him. So really a lot of options here he could go. I don't know why they chose to spawn here necessarily. Honestly, I have no clue. Maybe because the pallets in God Corner work better at kiting Gomen than the roller coaster would, just because he would catch up so fast.
Yeah, you do really
I would
have
say
to
that,
wonder,
man.
What the idea behind the spawn is, but honestly, we're going into Round 2, part 2, Moonlit River Park. GR, Hunter's side, still not out of the woods yet. We will see how this goes down. And yeah, Jin gonna start off his hunt by going towards God Corner. Gonna be dealing with Unicorn, the archer, but he's gonna say no, never mind. And he's gonna go look around for the other survivors that spawn near this area. More specifically, Shmao right here, but who's gotten really far away with the time that Jin took to check on God Corner. And Shen is looking like the target of choice here on the seer and at this pallet area.
Knocking off the
area
pallet, by the way,
against
with the
goat.
cage. Using the owl here,
nice
then going to
from
go
Jin.
through, break the cage, be at a very far distance from him. but he
Seer's
still
a
has
really
another
good character against Goat, man.
He's decent. He's all right. Could be better, but he's not bad at all. Right here, blocking off the pallet, making sure he can't go anywhere. Pretty classic stuff right here from
Is this a black
Goatman.
cage? No,
Even
not
uses
black
a
cage.
flywheel, but
Nice
it's
flywheel,
not enough.
but does not
No, that's
be
not a nice
long
flywheel.
enough.
I can already
Yeah,
tell.
never
I
mind.
know
No
how long
longer a
this
nice
cage lasts.
flywheel. No longer a nice flywheel. Not
And
gonna
he's
cut out
running
that
Blink.
9-second cage.
We don't usually see Blink being used on Goatman, but in this case,
Peeper,
to secure. Yeah, no, this map is too big for Peeper. I would say we would most expect an abnormal, or if it's like a team with harassers, then like something like excitement. Right here for South
And
gonna come
as
for
you
the
can see, our first
rescue.
officer is going to be rescuing, but the problem is he's cornered in this cage. And what's it called? Oh, just gonna be a nice clean rescue right here. But the issue is, of course, the rippling effect. So it's like you can tell where he is even without needing to like CC where he is. But Chen is gonna go down here. Jin gonna very promptly put him away and force him to take his 20 seconds and his corner of doom. And Psyche, the progress of the cipher is not looking too good. The third cipher just now the final cipher just now getting started. The third cipher that is incomplete, 60%. So nothing too far in, and they do want to get cages out here because what happens when you leave a goat man with cages off of like selling a rescue? He just kills you. So it's really important here that the survivors choose to rescue. And Shmao gonna be rotating in the back right there with the flywheel and the tide turner. Flywheel not really necessary here because it didn't really do much for him. But yeah, flywheel regardless can be seen in Shmao. Gonna take the double down right here.
I mean, it's basically guaranteed, Miki. I mean, he's stuck in the corner. He's not going to be able to go real anywhere. And, yep, literally nowhere to go. Oh, no, but he messed up because he swung too early. Going to be able to use it. Okay, but he teleport right next to the Goat Man.
Runs right next to the Goat Man. Hello, sir.
Unfortunately, not working out for him because you can see where the survivor is for like about 3 seconds when they walk through the cage. So Jin was just watching what he does there. Very easy right there for him. Probably walked into the cage on accident, to be honest. Yeah, you get highlighted in white, kind of like a peeper when you walk through the cage.
Okay, gotcha. And Psyche, the progress is actually looking a lot better.
Oh, not getting the pallet stun, barely missing it right there. That's gonna be a knockdown here. The decode is still okay, but the 59% ciphers at middle, and this is definitely not a place where you want to go down against Goma. You don't want to be going down on your cipher machine. So really awkward here. Also, whoever just finished their 4th machine is having to walk a mile here to the next cipher. Probably gonna get cut off on top of that if they end up getting seen here, and Jin is gonna see them. Now we're essentially having like 2 people rescue here, basically, because no one is decoding. At the very least, Archer's not going to take a hit
by the
here.
cipher, I figured would be his win condition here, honestly. And yeah, good pickings here from Jin, but the rescue does go off without a hitch. And Unicorn gonna miss time. The flywheel gonna take the hit. Unfortunate use of ability right here. And yeah, Jin gonna play around this area. Gonna look towards Shmao, actually, but starting the cipher is Shmao. So they do have a backup cipher going here, but there's so much progress to be caught up on, and especially since Jin is low-key camping both of them now. He's kind of watching both.
This is a really nasty cipher combo right here for the survivors. The fact that there are multiple ciphers that one cage can completely watch. Yeah, by the way, barely not taking that hit there. The fact that a single cage can reach like 2 ciphers right here, the one at middle and the one at tent, or maybe the one at tent and then behind tent can be covered by a single cage. This is not good at all for the survivors here, basically. Now, Jin did already swap to teleport, so we're not going to be seeing any abnormals here this game anymore. But a normal would be nice here too. If only he could have a normal the middle one, and now he just camped this one. And then whoever's
Did he gain any value out of the teleport at all during this game?
No, not yet. So he just swapped to teleport, but there was so far no value gained from the teleport.
I'm not gonna lie, Psyche, maybe a little haphazard swap there. Do you think Abnormal could have been a more powerful decision here, given his positioning?
It's hard to say because of the fact that Blink cooldown is so long. He might have just wanted to save some time, because when you swap away from Blink, well then now teleport has less of a cooldown than something like Blink.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I mean, he doesn't have to use the Blink, and he's anyway not using a tray here, so he really could have just left it on Blink and then swapped to whatever he needed in the moment.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe a little early on teleport. Nice dodge from the arrow right there from Jin.
Yeah, that was huge. She would have gotten away if it wasn't for that dodge. Would have at least broken the cage.
That shot was lined up, by the way. The height of the arrow, yeah, that was gonna hit his chest if he didn't dodge it.
This is kind of like the whole strategy here at this point. He's just getting out abilities. Trying to chair near the ciphers. Survivors identifying that they don't want to let him chair near the cipher. Just gonna pop it immediately and not even give the opportunity to let anything happen. Now he's gonna force the survivors to make a choice. Here, though. Yeah, so
it's not like they can just rush the gate.
Right. Yeah, it's a very, very powerful position right here for the hunter. Now it's like, okay, do we choose to do the gate? Do we choose to rescue here? And now this is even worse, honestly, because I mean, Jin still doesn't know if someone is rescuing Unicorn right here. But man, this is really rough. This is really rough. Now they're not going to make it. Now he knows for sure that no one made that rescue. He's probably going to still check for Tinnitus first to see if anyone's trying to come in this direction.
Walking the right direction, Psyche.
Oh, but he is going to teleport here. Doesn't find anyone. Patient ends up, or Meteorologist ends up mind gaming him. But, ooh, looks like he's going in this direction. Play. And he does get the Tinnitus. This might end up being a 4-man kill.
Tinnitus.
Oh, no, but he lost it. He lost it. Okay,
he's going for the rescue.
Question is now, will he be able to find her? Oh man, and Gomez's mobility is absolutely insane.
But does she make it to the? Does she make it to the chair? Does it matter if she makes it to the chair?
No, there's literally no way. I mean, she's got an ability, but the first officer has no ability of his own. Jin could even block off this chair with a cage here. At least teleport on top of it. And there's no way he's walking.
Looks like he's going to place himself between the chair, which is also fine because you're basically a sentry right there. Any kind of down, even without the cage, will be the kill. So
he has to be careful here because the dungeon is right here, but Miral just walking right through the pallets, which is not going to give him enough time to kite.
Oh, the fake out, the little wiggle. Nice play here from Jin. And this is a 4-man kill.
Yes, this is a 4-man kill. Can we say it any more nonchalantly, Miki? Or are you going to be nonchalant about everything you say, brother?
No, I just say it's a 4-man kill. Like, it is what it is. Good job from Jin right there. Really locking it down. GR overall,
good work right there. Definitely good work from Jin right there. Making sure to get the 4 kill there. Using his... I mean, really, it was just the identification of the cipher machines there. Identifying that the ciphers are all together right there. So in that position, he could play more slowly, let the ciphers wiggle, and then go after them. See if he chases anyone. If he chases someone for a hit, just go right back to the ciphers, constantly keeping an eye on them. And even when the ciphers were primed, he specifically chose a chair that would make it very awkward for the survivors. Like picking a chair where if first officer pops the cipher and he runs away, Jin can see that. He can see that. He sees exactly where the hunter, he can see exactly where the survivor is going. And then meanwhile, he can go for the gate now, right? And now it's difficult. Like, should they rescue? Should they not rescue? It's hard to say. Or sorry, that was the meteorologist, I think, who popped the last cipher, not the first officer.
Yeah.
But anyway. Yeah, it's just
tough
stuff
overall.
like that.
Like, where the ciphers were positioned, dude, and like kind of how he was just watching both ciphers essentially the entire time with how he was moving on the map. It just leads into such a difficult scenario. And then the archer did not borrow time, so he had to pop at a really awkward spot where he's not chasing a third survivor or anything. That causes to buy him time to get the gates open, and then he has teleport up, and you're not entirely on that gate either. Like, it's a lot to consider here, and a lot that the survivors had to juggle, and it just ended up being overbearing for them.
So kind of funny where we ended up now at the end of this. We have Dow 5 starting off with a 4-man elimination. GR gets a 3-man elimination, and now GR gets another 4-man elimination right here. So they actually end up being ahead in points here, winning the round as well. This is gonna come down to round 3 here, guys. So
And they
depending on
tied the
what happens
opera.
here,
The GR survivors tied the opera.
yes, much better this game. Definitely much better gameplay overall from the survivors here, and
It's air conditioning. I'm telling you.
air conditioning making the difference in the game, according to Miki. And yeah, just making sure to not get found immediately there is also another big thing. Not going for rescues that are not worth it would definitely played a big part. Yeah, we're going to see also Jin played really good with Gomen. Gomen's such a hard hunter to deal with, let's be honest here.
Yeah, he's pretty hard to play though. I don't think he's at all easy. He's pretty technical. Like knowing what size of the cage you need to be optimal, where to place it, what to block off, what to consider. Like just, I know it's broken, but it's not exactly free to use. I can't just throw.
No, you're right. It's not free, but I've used Gomen enough times to tell you that it's not that hard. Especially, I mean, the hardest part about Gomen, right? Honestly, the hardest part about Gomen, Miki, is like when a survivor drops a pallet in front of you and you gotta place a cage in a way where it prevents them from vaulting it, or if they do vault it, they immediately teleport to the other side, like trying to place a cage like that. But that way, if you go through the cage, you'll teleport past the pallet. You're trying to do a move like that. That's basically what you're trying to do with Gomen. It's I guess that's the hardest part of Gomen. The other thing that can be hard is understanding which part of the cage you're going to appear on, exactly where. Is it going to be next to the star? Is it going to be to the side of them, left of them, right of them? And make sure you obviously don't get stuck on any obstacles in the middle, which is also very important. So I guess he's not that easy to play, but I don't think terribly difficult either.
Like, who's harder?
I would say Shadow is harder to play than Gomen. I think Shadow would be harder. Yeah.
Oh, do you think Hullabaloo is harder? I don't think so.
Hullabaloo, I think Hullabaloo is actually harder than Gomen in my opinion. I think Hullabaloo is harder because of the fact that you have to hit those double hits. If you can't consistently hit those double hits, you get slowed down tremendously as Hullabaloo. It's very important.
And yeah, and then what helps with that is knowing exactly what color you will have without even looking at it when you place your double surprise. And all the top Hullabaloo players know this. Like,
oh yeah,
they know what color to set up.
And that's really hard. That's, in my opinion, I think the hardest part about Hullabaloo, that they
That's
already
really
know what color is going to show up.
I remember I actually learned that fact from All G's. I was like, what's something the Hullabaloo players are doing? And he said, well, they probably are memorizing like what color they're going to be faced with double surprise. I'm like, really? He's like,
that way they don't even have to hold it. They can immediately react to it.
They just know, yeah. So then by the time the survivor sees you put down the double surprise, they don't know that you're like planning it long in advance. You just put it down and they get hit and they're like, oh, I got hit with the color he needed. That's kind of crazy, you know? And that's essentially what the top level and the high level, like what separates them. It's like knowing the little micro interactions like that. Talk about knowing your character, right? Like that's kind of crazy. Like I've never thought about that until it was brought to my attention.
Yeah, because the way it works is the color that will show up on the clone is the colors that you have spun 90 degrees to the right. That's the way it works. Or not 90 degrees, I guess. What is 1/3 of 360? 120 degrees, actually. 120 degrees. And that way you can figure out what the next color is going to be. So whatever color is on your right is going to be the color that shows up in front of you, basically. Is the best way to think about it. And this works no matter where you turn your camera. If you turn your camera now, like let's say you had white, right, on your right side, and then you turn your camera to the left, so now red is on your right side, then now red is going to show up in front of the clone. Or like if in the direction of like, let's say you sandwich a survivor between the clone and you, red is going to be what's mainly taking up the space. So that's how you can kind of like figure out where the color is going to end up.
It's a nice trick to know, actually. It's really important to think about. But yeah, with Hullabaloo, yeah, I could see him being harder than Goatman. Also, a little less difficult than lining up your colors, though, is lining up those jumps. But it can be so important to have a really good lineup for every map. Like, obviously, Moonlit, he's kind of free. You just jump across the river, right? That's the best jump. Nothing fancy. Just jump across the river. Get the most value. Jump one across the long walls. But there are some spots where he could jump up on top of, like, Big Boat up on top of like high elevations just from the bottom to up. Like there's stuff like that take a little more time and a little more practice to line up, but by all means it works out for him, you know, like it's part of like the difficulty curve of that he learns.
Yeah, absolutely.
And something to note that I really like about Hullabaloo is he's designed similarly to his Survivor counterpart. He has jumps. I thought that was great. I know the colors, like, and all, he has the colors is great and all, but he has jumps. They really easily could have given this hunter no jumps, but bro has jumps. He's just like acrobat. Effectively, I can fully believe that he is acrobat's hunter form. Like, let's look at Fool's Gold, right? He has no magnets. He just rocks. Like, Fool's Gold looks like Prospector, but conceptually he feels like you're playing a whole different character, in my opinion. Like, he doesn't even, I guess he pulls back the pickaxe and he flies to it, but he doesn't even do it because of magnets.
Yeah.
He does it because he has gravity or something like that.
I mean, it's really weird. It's really weird the way it is. It's funny. It's funny. Like, Fool's Gold and Nightmare really have nothing to do with their Survivor counterparts.
Oh, Nightmare! Thank you! Yeah, Nightmare. Go on.
Yeah, they really don't have anything to do with their Survivor counterparts, and then Hullabaloo like really combines it together, like the different colors, even including the debuffs in there, and of course most of all the actual act of jumping was like, they did it really well, as opposed to Nightmare. It really has nothing to do with this ability. There's just a crow, a raven, which honestly has no connection to Novelist at all. Like, birds barely have a connection to Novelist. Like, what is he supposed to be? Is he supposed to be Edgar Poe Allen? Is that what's going on here? Is like, because they're both poets? Is it like a reference to that? I'm not seeing. Yeah, I'm not seeing the connection to Novelist himself though. Like, how does it connect to Novelist? How are these two related? I don't know, man.
I could also see Patient's new hunter connecting to him well, like jumping across like from side to side, tic-tacking essentially, just like bouncing off walls, because that's what Patient does. So the hunter's probably gonna do it too. I mean, and we're not gonna get another Fool's Gold, I don't think. Like, I think Netties learned their lesson with Nightmare and Hullabaloo. Because Nightmare literally had nothing to do with Novelist. I guess having a pen as a weapon for his finger, but that's about it. Like, no, I guess they both stare at each other, right? Nightmare stares at the survivors to get his power. Novelist stares at the hunter to get his power.
I guess. So.
But that's a stretch, right? Like, that, in my opinion, that's a stretch. Like, Survivor Lucino doesn't even. Oh yeah, that too. Survivor Lizard does nothing to do with.
Yeah, it is a little bit lame. I guess Weeping Clown is pretty accurate to his hunter form.
Yeah, I agree with that one. Weeping Clown, they did well as well. But my favorite that they did was Hullabaloo and Acrobat. Beautifully done. Like, it was just blending them harmoniously. But let's see. On the third round, we have Dow 5 survivors going first. Still banning that Hullabaloo, banning that QS. Again, a lot of respect here coming from these bans. Chen, Shmao, Moming, and Unicorn in the seat. Of course, Unicorn being the harasser of the team. Going to be playing the Prospector this time. Like Psyche mentioned earlier in set 1, Prospector, pretty good against Peddler. Pretty good against a character like that because of how he deals with vines so efficiently. Lucky Guy, overall, solid pick. He still gets a lot of value out of his bot, even if it's like nerfed. And Patient, just a really hard to chase survivor, especially given like the map that they're on, which I believe is Ever Sleeping.
Yeah, they're gonna be on Ever Sleeping. There's also, there is a lot of easy to access. Also, looking at the Survivor team comp, easy to access chest for the Lucky Guy, good hook spots for Patient. There's basically always a good place to hook. And we're actually going to see the Shadow from Jin here. Always interesting to see.
First Shadow of the night, by the way.
Yeah, always interesting to see like a hunter like this come out from the pro hunters, because this is definitely a hunter that has a lot of potential, but very difficult to capitalize on the potential. So we're going to see how he uses it right here, how often he's going to chase, how often does he swap away. All these things really matter, and they all depend on the situation, the ciphers as well, and where everyone is existing on the map as well. Gonna see the
like
Mercenary
Shadow
not
can't
spawn
just bounce around with no consequence. You know, these are really good survivors. They will know that if you're bouncing around meaninglessly without purpose, they're going to be capitalizing off it with extra deco, good heals, or like good positioning. things like that. And they're picking a survivor team. However, Psyche, this is something to note. The only survivor that kind of deals with her abilities well is going to be Prospector because he has regenerating abilities. The rest have solid items, and usually that's no-go against Shadow, right? You see characters like Pharaoh being used against Shadow because she gets teleported on and then like just gives invisible. Doesn't have to do anything, goes invisible, doesn't give any item for it. You see characters like Professor, regenerating ability again, able to shed the fear off of them. See what there?
Yeah,
but
yeah.
like, yeah, stuff like that. You usually see these survivors, but the only one I'm seeing here is Prospectors. Like,
Yeah, you could definitely attrition down this survivor team right here over time. Their abilities aren't particularly amazing against Shadow because she will definitely just catch up just by using the hunt ability that she's carrying. You can see right now she's carrying hunt, so definitely will catch up quite quickly just by walking after survivors. And of course, Lucky Guy, he can get theoretically as many items from chests as he wants, but it takes a long time now. Each chest increasingly just takes way longer than before. So we're going to see how this works out. Shadow can definitely attrition them down and just get those abilities out. Anyway, going right into the first half of round 3, Shadow's going to be going with a ghost right in the middle of the map, trying to seek out if there's anyone here. Maybe go into 2-story next, see if anyone's up there, and then slowly also carry around her main body to prevent people from decoding as well. Right here, ooh, right here, Lucky Guy did a trick to spawn the tombstone below him. Really smart thinking from him. That way, it just completely...
I don't think he even had an item to do that, Psyche. That's just really good position.
Yeah, he was just able to carefully walk around the hole and make it so it spawns below him. So that's the way it works. The tombstone spawns a little bit behind you. So if you make your back face a hole, you could actually make it spawn below you, which is a great strategy to do. Is he going to still commit to the Lucky Guy? He is.
I think so. But Psyche, talk about really, really good execution from the Lucky Guy, right? Like, that is impressive. He didn't even have the easy crutch of like backing up to the hole, which is what the Prospector and stuff would have, or like Meteor or anyone like that. He just walked to it. Like, that was really impressive.
Yeah, we're gonna see Jin now trying to harass with a ghost here on top of the Cypher machine
right here.
Whoever is on that tombstone has to be careful. Jin might teleport on it. Okay, no, he's not gonna take it. But right now he's gonna take the ghost onto the Lucky Guy. Lucky Guy does have an elbow pad here, but no other way to survive here except he has the flywheel, and the flywheel keeps him alive now.
The flywheel.
He's like running away from the ghost at this point with the elbow pad. It is actually very annoying for Jin to catch up right now. How is the ghost this slow? The ghost is struggling to catch up, man, because he has to keep making sure. Ooh,
is this Lucky Guy or is this Luigi the way he's running from these ghosts?
The double scare not working out right there. Oh, he's at 99. He looked at her for a little bit. The double scare, Jin scaring but in the same direction essentially for both those scares, and doesn't catch him right there. And now he's gonna again try to stop the Cyber Machine, but the kite is going on for so long here. Finally, tombstones him, and he's gonna finally take the last hit. But it was such a nice kite from him.
Tombstone him?
Yeah, it's been that long.
One case?
It's been that long because normally it's like a 40-second timer on that, but he's been cutting that long. Remember, he had 97. He had 97 with a fly when he managed to kite out with flywheel for like 50 seconds at 97.
Got another tombstone on him. My hands are in my head, Psyche, and oh my gosh, what a beautiful first kite from Shmao. Even though the percent may not reflect it, that was a really good kite.
Absolutely. It's a part of it is because Shadow here, Jin was doing a great job making sure that the survivors are not getting free decode there. Mercenary, unfortunately, I don't think there's going to be any way to really capitalize on the last 7 here because you can't easily tombstone. Yeah. He is trapped, but it doesn't really seem worth it because he can just elbow pad away to untrap himself. And Lucky Guy is going to go down here, trying to drag him a little bit here away from the corner, but with that veteran bonus, Lucky Guy is always going to make it here and get away from the Cyphers, make the chair longer to take 2. It's just really good here to just die away from the Cyphers and take the super safe tie. They can definitely do that. That's definitely an option. The Stars are going to play. I mean, the Cyphers, though, are also really good, though, to be fair. 53 and 94. I mean, they're not going to be able to do the one at middle anymore. But someone can take it over right now. Someone could take it over right now. And it's an upstairs side, which is very annoying for Shadow to deal with. It just means that you'll never get to 20 with the tombstone.
Right. And Psyche, given the point difference, if they tie this, does that mean GR is going to have to, like, if they tie, would they win? Because they did get ahead with that 4K on Moonlit, I'm pretty sure, and the tie.
Yes, GR is ahead by 2 points right now. So yes, absolutely, they are ahead in the lead. Jin already repositioning his ghost here to deal with the harassment from Prospector. Maybe try to cancel his ability, at least tombstone him. Here we go, drawing him one time. Trying to pick him up one more time. Here comes another magnet. Jin, as we speak, is slowly bringing the ghost over to the Cypher. But the Cypher is 98, 99 almost, and it's primed! Like it is not borrowed time.
Psyche.
Prospector actually pre-dropping for him. Prospector pre-dropped the pallet to essentially give him a built-in borrowed time boost by pre-dropping the pallet.
The flywheel to buy a little more time, but he's so close to a chair, Psyche, and the Prospector is in the area.
I don't think he's going to have time to ghost the gate. He's not going to have time to ghost the gate. Ooh, on top of that, they could just run in a straight line. Look, can this Mercenary get out before a Tombstone gets on the gate? I don't think he will. So there's just going to be a Tombstone stuck at the gate.
Get on the gate.
Oh, but the dungeon! The dungeon!
But the dungeon, Unicorn goes for the dungeon! Does he make it before Jin? He makes it down 5.
What a critical dungeon, and they just throw it right back at Jin. The game is now tied up again. The points are perfectly even. Wow.
Amazing from the Dow 5 survivors. You see that commentator's pumped up, bro. That commentator's me right now. But oh my goodness, Psyche, what did we just witness? The Prospector coming in clutch. Unicorn just so clean on every harasser he touches, bro. Like, that dude's really good survivor for sure.
That was really good,
dude. That was so good. Like, we saw just everything crumble apart. Like, you got the struggle, the pop with the no borrow time didn't matter. Pre-drop pallet, excellent teamwork right there. And the speed boost, the flywheel, just everything to buy them just that much more time. Mercenary just elbow padding all the way to the gate. And then Prospector realizing, having the game sense, like, okay, Mercenary's definitely going to get ghosted off. Like, there's no way he doesn't, right? So he pushes himself to the dungeon. And with the flywheel available, secures it. Wow. What a sequence of events right there. Just honestly so good from Dow 5 survivors. I'm very impressed.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Lucky Guy is going to actually end up kiting here for 123 seconds in total. Most of that is going to be on the first kite, but he did get some extra time there from kiting at the very end with the lack of no borrow time, still able to kite for quite a bit using 2 broken windows boosts in a row plus a flywheel. Ends up buying enough time to open the gate, and that was just the #1 thing there, making sure to open up that exit gate so that everyone can escape except the Prospector. And how convenient that dungeon was away from Graveyard that game, because if it wasn't away from Graveyard, I think Jin would almost certainly try to stop the dungeon and just prevent him from going to gate after that. Would have been really rough, because since the dungeon is close to the gate, you're essentially forcing a hunter to be like, okay, you have to address the gate, and as soon as you address the gate, I'm going straight for dungeon right next to it. And that was the very key, very important positioning there from the dungeon. Not that the dungeon really chose that, but but very important that the dungeon chose to spawn there, because that definitely.
And you know what's even more important about what happened, Psyche?
What?
If they tie, they're guaranteed a game 4.
Yeah, I mean,
straight to game 4.
I mean, what do you mean?
What so tying would not be losing. Which is, yeah. Psyche, tie is either side.
I mean, no, they're not guaranteed a round 4. No, they're not.
Yes, they are. Dude, Psyche, if they tie, they're 13-13 right now, right? If they tie, it's going to be 15-15.
Oh, you're saying tie right now. I thought you were saying tie earlier in that round that we just saw.
No. If they tie right now,
yes,
they're guaranteed a game 4.
Yeah, there will be a game 4 at this point.
And that would be...
actually, no.
That would not be what they want, though, honestly. They probably just want to close it out here.
Stop. That's wrong. That's wrong. They wouldn't win. They would not win. Because then we would see 2 rounds won already. So whoever won the 2 rounds already is going to win here. There would not be a round.
Because, oh, really?
Yes, because GR just lost. GR just got a 3 escape. So if we see a 2... or he just got 1 kill. So if we see anything worse than... man, what am I thinking of?
Oh, then that's 2 rounds won by Dow 5.
Yeah, Dow 5 will win by 2 rounds. So if Dow 5 ties this, there would be no round 4 because they would just straight up win. They would just straight up win. Because they already won round 1, then GR won round 2, so it's 1-1 right now. But then Jin just got 3 escapes, so all the Hunter has to do is tie. It doesn't get much easier than this as Hunter to just get a tie. That's not asking for a lot.
in a really good position.
Yeah,
right
pretty much
now
Dalphai's in a
what
really
the
good
survivors pulled
position
out.
because if he ties this, then that's just gonna be going into no round 4 because of the fact that he just wins just 2 rounds.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Most teams, their strength is in their hunters, but Dow5, I can confidently say their strength is probably in their survivors.
Yeah, the survivors have been really good so far.
The survivors have been solid, yeah.
And then on GR was really shaky on that Leo's memory. I feel Jin has definitely been doing a lot of heavy lifting for them, but just right there when Jin fell apart now, I don't know if the survivors are going to be able to make up for that based off
I was about to say,
going on.
it's just a break in the ice, bro. Like, Jin usually consistent with his ties or wins or 4Ks, but dude, he gets 3-man right here. Like, that is huge. Like,
yeah,
genuinely,
that is really big.
That is absolutely massive. So we're gonna see GR absolutely on the back foot here. Got to pull out all the stops to deal with Dow5's Hunter, and with such a strong
I'm just trying to think if the GR survivors 3 escape at this point, if GR survivors 3 escape, then that would be considered equal footing then, because relatively speaking, if your enemy just got 3 escapes, the only way to tie it is you get your own 3 escapes this round. So now the tying condition is getting 3 escapes.
They have more points.
Yeah, but then they would win because of points, right? They would win because of points. Yeah, so they would, if right here, if we see GR get a 3 escape here, we will see them win with extra points.
I just realized something, Psyche.
Yeah.
Game 4 is really hard to come by, isn't it?
Yeah, Game 4 is really hard to come by because of the fact that the rounds exist here. So even if it comes down to like a tie in points, it doesn't matter if the result was better for one team.
And yeah,
if they end up getting more escapes. And I honestly prefer that because it makes more sense. It's kind of like 5v5 in that regard, right?
Me too. Yeah,
just basing it off like the 2 matches that happened just now, that makes more sense. So like, hey, why should we go into a round 4 based off points? Why should we go into a round 4 based off points if we can clearly see the Survivor team just did better than the opposing Survivor team, right? So at this point, like, why would we not give like victories based off rounds 1 at this point, even if it is round 3? It just makes more sense to me.
Yeah, absolutely. And dude, we're gonna see some powerhouse characters come here. On the back foot is GR, but they do have access to Doctor and Forward at the moment. Doctor at plus any harasser, really good. And especially because they're still running healing right now, because attachment effect is not in play yet. But when that comes out, that is going to be the trait to use in terms of healing. Everyone should be running it. If you're not running it, you're the problem. But yeah, Lucky Guy could be the 3rd pick right here for the survivors. Again, pretty solid pick, but you need a win. So let's hope to see how this Lucky Guy will go out. But you could expect to see some pretty aggressive harassing probably here on the side of GR, because they do need a win to win the whole thing, and anything less would be a loss of the round. And they are number 1 right now. Losing to the 10th seed, while may not affect their standings a lot, maybe it might make a lot of people, look at Dow5 and more like, oh, these guys not to be messed with. Or they look at GR like, man, y'all couldn't close it against C10, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of pride on the line here for sure. But yeah, we're gonna see how this match goes. Dow5 performing excellently all throughout this match. Not the wash that many fans probably thought it would be. Honestly, I am glad to see that the set was quite close.
Definitely. We're gonna, by the way, seeing a lot of support right here from the Survivor team.
So much support.
If there's one way to get a 3 escape right here, it's gonna be with helping each other out. This is ever sleeping we're talking about. It's gonna be very hard to do solo kites. So the best bet they have is to help each other, and especially with Doctor plus any harasser. If Doctor's not your first chase here, then no matter who gets chased here, there's going to be either Enchanters helping out or Forward helping out on the harassment. They also ban QS, so there's never going to be such thing as just like putting a suck ball on the Forward and now he can't do anything.
I think this was a smart ban. This was a very smart ban.
Yeah, and then at that point, it's like, what do? Do you go after the Forward? Well, then Doctor's going to instantly pick up the Survivor. Do you go after the Doctor? Well, then Doctor runs away, heals up, only takes a few seconds, and then forward is still there harassing. Again, you're gonna have to go after the forward then, and then Doctor's gonna be back by
Or
then.
do you play Shadow and risk getting open first kited pretty hard? Like there's things to consider with that. If you want to cancel all harass, you play Shadow, right? But do you risk getting kited? Oh, looks like he does. Suda picking the Shadow. Not only going to deal with the harass, but Psyche, we saw Jin had to put 2 tombstones on that prospector. Not the prospector, not the lucky guy. Had to put 2 tombstones on him.
I mean, that's a odd exception. Usually Shadow doesn't have a hard time taking down her kill like that. I think it's just because a big part of that was because there was one time where Jin just used double scares back to back very quickly in the same direction. I don't know why he did that. Like, he just
So
used
did it
the
leave
scare on
him
the
with
ghost.
nothing to use?
Yeah, it left him with nothing to use now because he couldn't scare with the ghost or scare with his main body, and he was in a position where that could have been really nice, but instead he used the ghost, I guess, to predict him looking backwards, but I don't really understand why he would do that. Why would the lucky guy look backwards when he would gain 3 eyeball from looking at the Shadow herself? I don't think there would be any reason to look backwards at that point, and yet he double scared both while he was behind it. Like, why are we double scaring when the survivor is definitely not going to look behind them?
There was no point, is what you're saying.
At best, maybe they're looking sideways, but he didn't even scare sideways either. He just scared perfectly behind from a distance.
Survivor's not gonna be looking behind. Yeah, he's maybe trying to get a read. He didn't even place himself sideways. He was right behind him. Like you said, he didn't even place himself sideways to go for that read. He was right behind him.
Yeah, definitely could have been better right there. But normally Shadow doesn't really have that difficult of a time on the first chase. You know, you'll get 40 at some point with the ghost. You'll usually get another 40 at some point later on. I mean, it's not like you'll get that unlucky with the ghost, but it can definitely be... I can definitely feel what you're saying. It can definitely be inconsistent at times because you're taking a guess at where the survivor is looking after the first scare.
But what Ivy really benefits from is building upon her presence really well. But like you said, the tech of walking in a straight line has come out, and it has become kind of difficult to just guarantee the full presence scare if you're doing the right thing. I pulled it off a couple times in rank. It does feel really cool to leave with that 98, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
You just leave with that 98.
To be fair, it's very easy with the speed bonus. It's a guarantee. It is guaranteed.
True.
What's really cool is
anytime
pulling it
speed
off
bonus,
when you don't have any speed bonus, because you can do it without any speed bonus. So if you can do it without a speed bonus, you better be able to do it with a speed bonus.
I think I had no speed bonus at the time, actually.
Then you would have been 99. There's no way you would have 98. You'd be 99 at best. I mean, 98, I guess, if the tombstone spawns strangely behind you. Maybe then. Anyway, going to be going into
behind here, especially GR coming here against Doubt 5. And Psyche, take it away.
We're going to be seeing right here the Doctor just get tombstone immediately. Very strange because she's not even on a cipher machine yet, so she didn't even, like, he's not even stopping any decode from happening. In the meantime, though, we're going to see the lucky guy get chased here. He's going to have to eat up a lot of eyeball having to walk through.
Oh my god.
Very early hit. Didn't even get to use his perfume. He had a perfume. He got a perfume on. Very unlucky right there. At least we're going to see a very long stun now, and he can't attach to the lucky guy.
That's good. He can't attach right now. Yeah, that's
he just
really
needs to make sure he doesn't run past any survivor, or else he's going to latch onto the other survivor. But yep, he's doing a good job making sure to stand still here. He has no idea which side the Shadow is traveling on right now, though. He could run into her. He has no idea.
Paying attention. Ooh, Suda went for the call out right there. Thought that AC was going to run right into him, but not going to be the case. However, Psyche's ciphers are looking quite good at the moment, even despite that really, really early hit. So can air conditioning prolong this hit long as possible here? You are getting sandwich Dream Witch style. Hold the leech. And yeah, it is kind of pressuring here for AC. There's 100 fear. There's
he looks like he barely misses the hit.
blink.
Flywheels and then blinks. Okay, so he does at least force out the blink. Could definitely be worse.
Forward, dude, can't do much here.
No, he's just waiting for the forward to have a little bit more eyeball.
Smart move. Smart move from Suda.
Letting it accumulate, so if he goes for it, he stuns him, and there's going to be an easy balloon hit after that, potentially even the double hit.
Yeah, air conditioning going to be in a rough spot, and the team of GR themselves in a rough spot. Suda with 3 Ostracons at this area. This whole area is essentially covered.
The moment
Not
this
gonna
rescue
do
happens, there's no way this lucky guy is not like eating at least 60 eyeballs. This is
60
so
fear,
much
yeah, like
over
a lot
here.
of fear.
Yeah, he can't go left, he can't go right. The only place he can go is this
The
place
doctor
with no
got
pallets.
100 trying to leave.
Not even gonna go for him though because it is doctor, but
Not worth
that's
it. Yeah,
crazy. It's crazy how many tombstones were there, and unfortunately, it's really. Ah, man, what hurts it the most when you're survivors when multiple are on stacking on top of each other, because then while you're destroying one, you're still gaining eyeball from the other one. So it's not like even breaking it is an option, really.
Like
So many
Ivy is
tombstones
so good at punishing survivors being together. I think Dreamwitch used to do it best. I think Ivy does it best now because of like all the presence that she has and stuff.
Getting a hit from far, the Berserker might come in clutch here. He does have full presence, but unfortunately the chair is going to prevent him from gaining 40. Only gains 24 from that, I think. Or is it 20 now? I think it might be 20 now. Can't remember.
And Psyche, while not over, having 3 survivors up instead of 4 for your endgame to try to get a win is a lot harder than what they would like to deal with here.
I mean, this is not a terrible position to be in. They do have forward here. They do have Prospector.
And Enchantress.
Is that Prospector? Sorry, not Prospector. Enchantress. So yeah, Enchantress can stun out a little bit of a range here. Unfortunately, though, because the survivor hasn't been killed yet, it takes 20 seconds to actually destroy the tombstones. So these tombstones are sticking around, no breaking them. And now it's going to be a matter of killing this Enchantress. Can the Enchantress do anything? Trying to hit him through the window. Why is it lagging right now? Yeah, there we go. Yep, leads him closer to the window, then just swings from the opposite side. This Cypher is so close to bombing too. I mean, I don't think that forward stun would have stunned even if he didn't stop it with a scare, but just everything, just Suda Bright being on top of it. And as long as he can kill one more person here, he still needs a tie to make sure. But at this point, killing a second person with one person already dead before the last Cypher pops should be no problem tying this game at this point. Is he taking a bet that there's no borrowed time?
Does have borrowed time too.
He didn't even know that. I don't even think he used a single boost or flywheel yet. I mean, maybe he saw it earlier. I don't think he saw it at all. So right here, taking a bet, I guess it worked out right here. Forward has to go for something here. That scare actually, by the way, that scare actually doesn't do anything because you have to look at her face. The game is very specific about looking at her face, not just looking at when the scare happens. Wow, what a blink, making sure that he's not pushing her into the gate. Good move right there. And Suda is going to get a 4-person kill to finish it off. Wow, really good stuff.
Psyche, we just saw the 10th place beat #1 on the leaderboard. Like you said, it's not like an elo type of thing, so it's not gonna matter. It's just gonna be a win for Dow5 and a loss for GR, so it's not gonna be like a significant, like you win more points because you beat them. Although that would have been really interesting. But like, yeah, way to take the set. The underdogs of Dow5 having an important win against GR right here. Excellent work, hard earned, well deserved, in my opinion.
I must say, I was not expecting this, but I think it goes to show that it doesn't really matter where you see these teams on the leaderboards. It's not a testament to their skill as it is to just a testament to how it's currently going. Because all these teams, over the course of this entire tournament, we have seen that everyone has been doing such a good job. No matter where they have been on the placement, every single team is putting on a very good show, taking it to round 3, and there's not really much of a point difference here. We don't see many upsets happen, right? And then the fact that the lowest place team can pull off an upset against the first place team right now goes to show that everyone is really in the same level here, and that just because you're on the lower end doesn't mean that you can't keep up with the higher end, and it definitely does not mean that you cannot pull off upsets like this. And again, like Dow5 might be 10th place and they're gonna move up after this, but that does not mean that they are bad players at all. These were incredible games right here, pulled off by the Survivor team. Really good kite from the lucky guy there. It just really worked out really well for them around 3. A lot happened. in all of these rounds. There's a lot to analyze in all of them, really, except round 2 was more of like an equal footing game. But even round 2, I think we saw like a 3 kill in round 2, which is unusual. Or was it a 4 kill? I think we saw a 4 kill. Yeah, we saw a 4 kill. So I guess every single round a lot of was happening.
Jin. This was
Jin
an incredibly good Dow 5 comeback. GR had them pressed up against the wall, but man, that
it's crazy because Dow 5 was in a huge lead, and then Dow 5 faltered a lot in round 2. They fell a lot behind in round 2, and then they immediately regained it. Sirars did such a good comeback there, and it's not just like the Hunter like feeding them a 4-man, and it's like, oh, the Hunter just fed him a 4-man in round 1, and now the Sirars can't keep up. No, Sirars gave him back that 3-man escape later on. Great support with the Prospector there, by the way, as well. Like, great Kai, great support, good rescues. No one got double hit. And
I'm telling you, it's like Unicorn is a
right
really good survivor. Like, from every time I've seen him on screen, he's been doing the right thing. Like, I don't think I've ever been like, yo, what is Unicorn doing? Like, no, that dude is good. Like, he's going to be the next survivor to watch, in my opinion. Like, Unicorn for Dow 5, just wow. Just such a good pickup for him.
Good stuff, guys. So, we're going to close the stream here, guys. If you would like to watch the next matchup, we're going to be having the last matchup of the night be Wolves versus TE. So if you'd like to watch that, we have the link in the live stream below. So be sure to check that out if you're interested in that. In the meantime, though, we're going to call the stream here. Thank you guys so much for watching and watching these matchups and having an interest in the competitive IdentityV scene. Thank you as always, Maxi, Standard, and anyone else who came here. Jin is here. Sapphire, Dreamer. Dreamer, what's up, Dreamer?
Yeah, Dreamer was there. Oka went to bed earlier, but Oka, we do appreciate you coming here and just keeping the chat updated. Thank you so much, Oka.
SSN7RK as well here.
Jinray, yep, Jinray, the EV profile. Golden Nova, Sapphire, Yuna.
The music is kind of a bop. Thank you, Corner Chip. Appreciate it. We're going to be adding more to the playlist. All right. Thank you guys so much for watching, though. We're going to call it here. And I will see you guys later. Take care. This has been Psyche. Peace out, everybody.
And Miki. Peace out, everybody.